four fathers have left for us. So with this purpose, this has been organized, and it would be a 2-day affair. Today and tomorrow we'll start by 9 o'clock and go on till 1. And we have lined up a lot of interesting activities, motivational speeches, and also interesting experience sharing sessions for you. So I hope that everyone benefits out of this. This program has been primarily organized for the benefit of students and the young India, who will be the future of the country for the times to come, who will take lessons from this pandemic and take it to build the country stronger with more dedicated service to the nation and to the society. So with these few words, I am Dr. Mahalakshmi, the Dean Health Profession Education from Aruppadai Medical College. I will be hosting this session along with my co-MC, Dr. Sangeeta. Sangeeta, over to you. Looks like Dr. Sangeeta is slightly occupied. So let me actually go a little bit more about how this webinar came about. This COVID has appeared in the screens almost 1 year back in, not 1 year, almost November 2019 in Wuhan, China. And then subsequently that it has spread very rapidly and in a very significant way all throughout the world. And our life as we knew has been affected and changed. So, and we have been worried not only about the disruptions in life it has caused for us and the healthcare outcomes, but also about the impact on society, our economy and the social values, and the stress which has put, tremendous stress which has put in all aspects of our life as we knew it. So conscious that a majority of the people who have been affected by this are young people, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, with its primary intent of nurturing the young people, and also VMRF, which takes its corporate social responsibility and students cultivating social responsibility among students very seriously. We have come together to organize this 2-day event predominantly for the students, that is termed as COVID-19 Preparing for Success During and After Pandemic. Okay. I see Dr. Sangeeta has joined. Over to you, Dr. Sangeeta.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Shall we move on to the session directly?
Please do. Please do.
I welcome you all for this 2 days webinar on COVID-19 preparing for success during and after pandemic. Very good morning. As we brace ourselves for the end of the lockdown, the world quietly gravitates towards a new normal. More than 2 billion people in the 4 corners of the planet have been quarantined to curb the spread of the disease. Social distancing, delineated hotspots, and rolling lockdowns has driven a 180-degree overhaul in the way we shop, we work, we eat, and we travel. In the new normal, needs will definitely overshadow wants. An unexpected but welcome side effect of this would be marked increase in personal contentment levels. Schools and universities have moved online. Workplace has also changed due to social distancing. Most of us who had shifted to work from home are now cautiously rotating back into working at the office in shifts on a more regular basis. Long after leaving, the pandemic will leave some positive points to be incorporated into the routine, helping to transform vision, optimize resources, and improve the day-to-day employee and managers. It has become a need for everyone to get themselves prepared for this new normal. This webinar, held on these 2 days, 6th and 7th November, today and tomorrow, is to take another step toward the goal for a better, more harmonious, more positive future, with special focus on the young who are our future. Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, under the able leadership of our Chancellor, Dr.A.S. Ganesan, and Madam Chancellor, Dr.Anuradha Ganesan, is doing an exemplary work in the field of education since inception almost 40 years earlier. All the constituent colleges of our university actively participate in nation missions such as Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, Ayushman Bharat, Startup Mission, and few others. The students of VMRF have actively assisted the government during the current pandemic, including we have also provided quarantine and medical facilities for public free of cost. This pandemic has not only stopped noisy classrooms, group learning activities in laboratories to extracurricular in the form of art or sport, but education at VMRF has not stopped. The bigger the challenges, bigger is the opportunity for growth. Our students are experiencing world-class online learning platforms. Our creative minds has made lots of innovations to assist people during this pandemic. With the development of nursing robots, auto sanitizers, thermosones in our Ganesan Incubation Center, and we have also dedicated it to government hospitals of Womantra and Pondicherry. Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation has since its founding in 2007, with the blessings of Swami Sri Shrihariprasd, has given considerable focus to promote harmony across different religious and communal divides. The annual Peace Conference, the series of forgiveness with liberation conferences, and many others stand testimony to this. There is a high extent of community between both our organizations in terms of not just desiring a better future for all of us in India and abroad, but also both organizations are actively working towards peace, harmony, acceptance, and positivity among the younger generation. With this initial remarks, let us all move into the program. Dr. Mahalakshmi.
Thank you, Sangeeta. We will now start the inaugural program, and I request everyone to pray for the well-being of the entire humanity and also the program. We'll start with the invocation song. வாழ்வினில் செம்மையை செய்பவள் நீயே. This song, composed by in Kalipa meter, is taken from the invocation of the dance drama Manonmaniyam, and it was written by Tamil poet Sri Manonmaniyam Sundaram Pillai. Can we have the song, please? This song talks about the Dravidian population, the Dravidian land, our language. The earth is personified as a woman in this song, and she is clad with the oceans. The glorious land of India, or Bharat, is the beautiful face of in the earth in the women, and the Deccan, or the Dravidian land, that is South India and predominantly Tamilnadu, are like the pretty forehead with the sweet scented vermilion, or the tilak, which is kept in the center of it. Like the scent of vermilion, which spreads its every direction, the goddess Tamil is spreading her fame across all directions for the world to attain joy. We wonder at her youthful nature, even after more than being thousands of years, and we hail her, forgetting about all other things. We hail her, we hail her. This is the meaning of this song. Can we have the songs, please? Mr. Shibil?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please. வாழ்க தமிழ், வளர்க நம் நாடு. We will now move on to the welcome address and the introduction of conference theme by Mr. Sri Kumar Raman. I request Sangeeta to introduce Mr. Sri Kumar Raman. Sangeeta, you're muted.
We are now opening this 2-day webinar on COVID-19, preparing for success during and after the pandemic, by Mr. Sri Kumar Raman, Trustee of Vishnu Mohan Foundation, on behalf of the organizing committee of this webinar, who has been running on tours last 1 month for making all the arrangements for this webinar. He is a man filled with tons and tons of positive vibes, which he has spread among all of us, and finally the day has come to begin. I invite Mr. Sri Kumar Raman to have a good start.
Pranam Shri Sadguru, Pranam Shri Swamiji. My most respectful greetings to Honourable Minister Pandiyarajan, to Dr.Anuradha Ganesan, to Dr. Radhakrishnan, and to all the people present. On behalf of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, for which I am a trustee, it gives me a great pleasure that we have this 2 days of webinar, which is unique in a few aspects. It is not the first webinar on COVID, we all know that. There are many webinars held, but one very good thing about this webinar is that it is specifically seeking to acknowledge and address some of the challenges that the youth of India are facing. In addition to a normal annual challenge that people who are passing out and joining the mainstream of employment or entrepreneurship or anything else, when they face it, now we have the additional concerns regarding COVID, a lot of which we will be discussing in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. Her Holiness Sri Sadguru, of whom I am a disciple, she has always been very connected with youth. She actively seeks their flowering into role models for society and doing good for the whole world, not just for India. The outlook of great people is very different from ours, from normal. She is always wished to help them in all ways, and this webinar is an extension of that thought and that approach that her Holiness has had. Sri Jnanadvaita Peetham and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, both of which are guided by Swami Sri Shrihariprasd, who has joined us today, and in both of which I am a trustee. They are very active in spreading the message of peace and harmony and congeniality across all sections of society, across all of the world, whether it be on religious lines, ethnic differences, cultural backgrounds, or anything. And in the recent almost 8-10 months that COVID has come around to stay, we have done our best, along with so many wonderful organizations and wonderful individuals, to help as much of society as possible in material terms with provisions, with Annadanam and medical help, and also in emotional terms such as assuaging the worries and concerns that so many individuals have. It gives me great pleasure that Dr. Anuradha Ganesan and Swamiji have come together. I think it is a wonderful overlap of common focuses, common concerns, which benefit India, which benefit Tamil Nadu, which benefit students, and which benefit society. I look forward to today and tomorrow. I look forward to Honourable Minister K.PANDIARAJAN's speech and to all the other talks today. Namaste and all best wishes to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Sri Kumar, for those wonderful words and a note of welcome to everyone present here. And for the record, I would like to into this session as of now. And for the information of participants, I would also like to say that we are going live on Facebook as well as in YouTube. And this session is being recorded for posterior use for academic purposes. This is the information. We'll now move on to the inaugural address. I have the great pleasure of inviting our Madam Chancellor to deliver this inaugural address. And I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes to introduce her. ஆணும் பெண்ணும் நிகரென கொள்வதால் அறிவும் நல்லறத்தோடு இங்கு பெண்ணுரு போந்து இருப்பது தாய் சிவசக்தியாம். ஞானம் நல்லறம் வீர சுதந்திரம் பேணும் நற்குடி பெண்ணின் குணங்களாம். பெண்மை தெய்வத்தின் பேச்சுகள் கேட்டீரோ. The person who personifies these words of Bharati and who is a very inspirational figure for all of us in VMRF, not only in the way in which she conducts herself, her inputs into many of the ways, and her motherly concern towards our students, faculty, staff, and other attendees. We would request Dr. Anuradha Ganesan, Madam, to honor us by delivering the inaugural speech. Shibil, can we have Madam's CV on the screen, please?
Done, ma'am, done. Once session started, I'll just put.
No, you please start. I will screen CV.
No, we have the PPT only, ma'am.
Yeah, CV.
Good morning. Good morning.
What do you, Madam?
Yeah. Honourable Minister for Tamil Language, Tamil Culture and Archaeology, Government of Tamilnadu, Thiru.MA FOI K.PANDIARAJAN, respected Dr.J.Radhakrishnan, Principal Secretary to the Government Health and Welfare Department of Tamilnadu, Revered Swami Sri Shrihariprasd of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, Dr.Anuradha Ganesan, Chancellor VMRF, officers of the University, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to deliver the inaugural address of this digital conclave, which seeks to address the challenges faced by young people during this ongoing COVID pandemic. This webinar is jointly organized by Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Vinayaka Mission's Research Foundation. We are extremely grateful and delighted that our Honourable Minister Thiru.MA was kind enough to be our chief guest.
இதுதான் மேம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைடு. இல்ல மேம், இதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைடு மேம்.
Sorry doctor, one moment.
செய்யத்தக்க செயலை ஆராய்தலும் அதற்குரிய வழிகளை ஆராய்ந்து செய்தலும் துணிவாக கருத்தை சொல்லுதலும் இதெல்லாம் வல்லவரே அமைச்சர் என்ற குரலுக்கு இலக்கணமாக வாழ்பவர். எடுத்த காரியம் யாவினும் வெற்றி என பாரதியாரின் வாக்கிற்கு ஏற்ப தான் துவங்கிய காரியங்கள் யாவற்றிலும் வெற்றிகளை குவிப்பவர். பன்முக தன்மை உடையவர். நேர்மையான அரசியல் தலைவருக்கான திருவள்ளுவர் விருது பெற்றவர். இவை போன்ற பன்முக தன்மையும் மக்கள் போற்றும் சிறந்த தலைவருமான தமிழ்நாட்டின் தமிழ் வளர்ச்சித்துறை மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சர் இன்றைய நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர் திரு மாஃபோய் பாண்டியராஜன் அவர்களுக்கு வணக்கம். There is a lot to be said about our Honourable Minister, and I would like to narrate a small incident here. I'm a part of Rotary Club of Madras, and we run a tuition center for underprivileged children in an urban slum behind Queen Mary's College. One of the children there was afflicted with a brain tumor and had to be operated immediately, and the child was admitted in a hospital. As soon as the Rotarians came to know about it, they generously came forward to support the child, and in a matter of half an hour, 2,30,000 rupees were raised. In the meantime, as we were going to pay the hospital, we heard Ekam Trust came forward to support this child too, and already paid rupees 40,000 for the treatment. I thought Rotary arranged in lightning speed for the child, but Ekam was even quicker. I can see our Honourable Minister as trustee of Ekam reaching out silently to the downtrodden, and I'm humbled and impressed by his services. I'm glad to learn he is an active Rotarian too. Apart from Ekam, the other trust that he supports, Disha, supports children in academics, sports, and Swarnamal Education Trust works towards the empowerment of women. On behalf of the management of VMRF and the Chancellor, Dr.A.S. Ganesan, we extend a warm welcome to you and hope you would be able to visit us in person soon, sir. Dr.Radhakrishnan IAS, an active and efficient Principal Secretary to the Government Health and Welfare Department of Tamilnadu, who has admirably managed this crisis with great dexterity, has been appreciated by not only the people of Tamil Nadu and India, but the world for his yeoman service beyond the call of duty. I'm happy to say that, like me, he's also from Madurai, and his wife, Mrs. Kritika, who is extremely talented and is a TV anchor and hosts several shows, was my classmate in college. Not only that, as Collector of Salem, he has interacted with my father-in-law, founder Chancellor of VMRF, on several occasions. We are extremely grateful that you can spend time with us today. I can imagine how busy you must be coordinating all the state's activities during such pandemic times, and we are, needless to say, quite excited and curious to understand the state of affairs from you. Swami Sri Shrihariprasd, the founder and managing trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and managing director of Gana Advaita Peetham, has been an active proponent of inter-religious faith and harmony. He takes time to address the youth and promote peace and goodwill. It is my honor and privilege to be associated with Swamiji in this conclave. His simplicity and determination to be an ambassador of goodwill between religions and his energy always amazes me. So, what is the purpose of this conclave? We live in societies and move through systems which are arguably fragile. The corona outbreak is case in point, disrupting our lives, social and education systems. Living through the corona pandemic is very challenging and emotionally draining. The end outcome seems unforeseeable. We need to take lessons from these times to become more resilient and innovative. How do we go about it? I want to insist upon 3 points for you. Readiness mindset, think different, lead through optimism, hope, and love. Readiness mindset comes from being in real time, having trust as a necessary element, trust in our redesigned systems, trust in the pivotal role our friends, peers, teachers, and institutions play. Trust that learning through different and difficult, and in these times, learning will continue. It helps us to develop readiness and adaptability. Think different, as Apple coined its slogan 2 decades back, gives greater autonomy to ourselves, our institutions, sometimes an all too forgotten essential element. It helps us to make decisions. In this moment of crisis, we need to lean into optimism, hope, and love to move forward, to envision a better tomorrow for generations to come. We need to reimagine what can and must be built from here and now. We need to bring in strength-based thinking, noting how we can see systems changing and determining how we can be part of this progress. We can build together with improved tools, resources, and processes. We will look upon this moment of distress as a catalyst for an improved future. I do believe we shall overcome. Today, I would like to remember our founder, chairman, and chancellor of VMRF, Sri A. Shanmugasundaram, a dedicated visionary, philanthropist, and educationist. We have learned from him that developing a youth through education, please play founder chancellor's video. We have learned from him that developing a youth through education and opportunities, especially in rural areas where VMRF institutions are established, and supporting our communities through charitable works are both intrinsically a part of each other in building a strong bond of humanity. Sri Shanmugasundaram persevered to supplement the government's efforts in increasing and improving trained manpower in the medical, technical, and management fields through education in these areas, and for providing charitable services in the form of free medical and health services to the needy and underprivileged. A deeply religious person, he built the 1008 Shivalaya temple in Salem, making it a landmark for the state. The temple is mentioned in the Incredible India promotion of the tourist department, and thousands of devotees and tourists visit the site every year. Vinayaka Missions was instituted in 1981. The first institution was established with the Vinayaka Missions College of Pharmacy in Salem. Since then, more than 25 institutions established in rural areas under the trust, offering education in an array of medical and other diverse fields like mainstream medicine, dental sciences, homeopathy, nursing, physiotherapy, audiology and speech therapy, paramedical sciences, engineering, management studies, architecture, art and sciences, education, and physical education. Following in his footsteps, Dr.A. Ganesan took the reins in 2014 as the chairman and chancellor of the Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, and is focused in taking VMRF on the next level of growth path with focus on excellence in academic quality, research, innovation, and healthcare delivery. Dear students, I spoke to you on readiness mindset, think different, lead through optimism, hope, and love. We have a panel of the most eminent speakers and resource persons who are here to guide us through these unprecedented times. Mr. Sri Kumar Raman, a banker by profession holding senior leadership positions and a trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, will be talking to us on learnings from COVID and building resilience for future shocks. We enjoyed working with you, Mr. Sri Kumar, in this program and hope this message will reach and benefit our student communities and younger generation at large. Dr. Sundaraman, who has served the United Nations, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and a professor emeritus with the Harvard School of Public Health, is the right person to brief the audience on the several initiatives on COVID. We are happy to have him with us today to enlighten our audience. Dr. G. Srinivas, Additional Secretary of UGC, will talk to us on stakeholders' responsibility in the fight against COVID. His research interest in education policy, institutional efficiency, and quality enhancement of higher education, and his forthright help in aiding institutions in South India to apply and receive grants were instrumental for many colleges to benefit and who are thankful to him for his interface. We are very happy to have Dr. Srinivas with us to explain how academic regulatory bodies perceive this crisis. Dr. Shripriya Menon, who's a mental health worker, will talk to us on ways to handle emotional aspects of mental health issues. Dr. Suresh Kumar, Head of Cardiology in Kaveri Hospital, will talk on successfully coping with stresses arising from the COVID pandemic. Dr. K.S. Meena, Head Department of Mental Health and Education of NIMHANS, will be talking on COVID-19 pandemic and the social media, a very relevant topic for our generation. A WHO epidemiologist said, we are changing social distance to say physical distance, and that is on purpose because we want people to remain connected. So find ways to do that. Find ways to the internet and different social media to remain connected because your mental health going through this pandemic is just as important as your physical health. We have another speaker, Dr. Uma Shankar, Principal of SIES College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, to impress the young people here on how to cope with the present and the future scenario. Mr. K. Ramasamy, Director of Sri Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Chennai, will present the picture on how COVID has affected our culture and arts and our learnings from this. Dr. P.F. Kotur, Dean of ABMC, has vast experience as a Vice Chancellor, Dean, Registrar, and a leading anesthetist in our country. He is actively involved in providing healthcare delivery during these COVID times and providing safe working environment for our faculty, staff, and students. Dr. Kotur will give us insights on how he is managing the COVID situation and the emerging role of medicals in handling COVID. He is well assisted by Dr. Jai Singh, Medical Superintendent, AVMC, who treats the COVID positive patients with his team. He will explain how AVMC has effectively rendered hospital and community-based services during COVID-19. Vinayaka Missions Group, spread across 4 locations with medical colleges and corporate hospitals, has a capacity of treating 1,400 COVID patients in a day. Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, the Medical Director of Vinayaka Institute of Medical Sciences, has been front-ending the management of COVID in Salem with a team of dedicated doctors, nurses, paramedical staff to provide high-quality private health care to the patients. He will be sharing his practical experience with us. I also appreciate the team efforts by the organizing committee. Dr. Giri Rangasamy, Dean of CSR, VMRF, and senior-most academician will enthrall our students with the wit and humor to get a point across. Dr. Mahalakshmi, Dean, Health Professions Education, apart from being a pediatric surgeon, she's a PhD in medical education and a Harvard Macy Scholar. Dr. Sangeeta, Vice Principal of AVIT, heads the Institutional Social Responsibility Council. Dr. Deepa, Deputy Medical Superintendent of AVMC, has been very much in the thick of action in treating COVID patients in AVMC. And Dr. Lakshmi Jatia, Head of Physiology, who always inspires her students to give in their very best. And Sri Padmanabhan, retired AGM from State Bank of India, who will be giving the vote of thanks. And finally, something that personally I'm interested to hear more than anything else is the experience our students have had in dealing with this crisis. Dear students, as we live through a pandemic, we can't help but compare it to a 2011 American thriller, which some claim predicted COVID-19, Contagion, the film. It is directed by Steven Soderbergh and written by Scott Burns. The film portrays the spread of the virus transmitted when a sick human touches surfaces and leaves the virus behind, which others can catch. This is then followed by frantic attempts by public health officials to identify and contain the disease, and the ultimate introduction of a vaccine to stop the spread. Let's see a short clip of this movie. Shibal, can you play the movie?
We have 47 cases and 8 deaths as of 5 this afternoon. It's a weekend. These numbers might be low. People are staying home to see if they get any better.
So at this point, I think we have to believe this is respiratory. Maybe fomites too.
What's that? Fomites?
It refers to transmission from surfaces. The average person touches their face 2,000 or 3,000 times a day.
2,000 or 3,000 times a day.
3 to 5 times every waking minute. In between, we're touching doorknobs, water fountains, elevator buttons, and each other. Those things become fomites.
Is this something we want to release to the press, respiratory and fomites?
And how's the public going to react to that?
It's hard to say. Plastic shark in a movie will keep people from getting in the ocean, but a warning on the side of a pack of cigarettes.
We're going to need to walk the governor through this before we start to freak everybody out. I mean, we can't even tell people right now what they should be afraid of. We tried that with swine flu, and all we did was get healthy people scared. It's the biggest shopping weekend of the year.
I think we need to consider closing the schools down.
And who stays home with the kids? People that work at stores, government workers, people that work at hospitals. When will we know what this is? What causes it? What cures it? Things that keep people calm.
What we need to determine.
Well, dear students, how did the clip look like? Don't you think it looks like a plot we are in the middle of? The UN Secretary General says that the pandemic is the greatest test the world has faced since the end of World War II. As I mentioned earlier, I'm very interested and curious to see how, as students, you have endured this phase. We do have a panel discussion where at one side, the students describe how they have managed to cope with the disruption of traditional education and all that was normal to them, and how their families had to deal with losses and suffering. On the other side, we have our medical students who are serving in our hospitals and front-ending this crisis, who will share their experiences and challenges. We are in the midst of a pandemic, and nowhere in history, doctors, nurses, and paramedics have been more in need than now. We are trained to heal and give good care. But rising to the occasion, we are also soldiers and warriors in this fight against COVID. The nation and the world needs you more than ever, and it is our time to protect our people and do our best to save ourselves and others from this infection. Remember, dear students, always wear a mask, maintain social distancing, used disposable masks should be disposed of properly. Students should carry a sanitizer at all times. Students should inform their mentor or teachers in case they develop symptoms. If you develop symptoms, you should quarantine yourself till the test results are available. Students are requested to reduce any unnecessary interactions with people, keep movements as minimal as possible, and avoid crowding. I request the students to abide by the prescribed safety norms at all times to keep themselves safe. As always, VMRF remains dedicated in providing you with an excellent education and look forward to the time when we can return to a more fully on-campus experience. Our faculty and staff are all committed to your success in your classes, and we have been striving hard to provide you with as many services and as much of the college experience as we can remotely. I must congratulate all the faculty of VMRF for all the work that has gone into creating and ensuring our students receive an outstanding digital educational experience. Through the insights from this conclave, our individual actions and concerted national and international effort, I am hopeful we can end this pandemic and return to a more normal way of living, learning, and working. Thank you for the resilience and care for each other that you have shown throughout this pandemic, and best wishes for a safe and successful academic year. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Madam is an active Rotarian and she is very much involved in inspiring a lot of people to take up social service. That was very evident from the way in which she has phrased her inaugural address. Thank you very much for you to share your experiences and your thoughts on this particular issue with the students, Madam. Over to you, Sangeeta, for the next one.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And now it's the most interesting part of this webinar, which all of us were waiting for. I consider it a great honor to welcome and introduce our chief guest, Honourable Minister for Tamil Official Language and Tamil Culture, Government of Tamil Nadu. Despite his hectic official commitments, he has joined with us today from New Delhi. Thank you, sir. இதனால் இவன் முடிக்கும் என்றாய்ந்து அதனை அவன் கண் விடல் என்பது வள்ளுவன் வாக்கு. வீருடைய செம்மொழி தமிழ் மொழி உலகம் வேரூன்றிய நாள் முதல் உயர்மொழியாம் எம் தாய்மொழியை காத்து தேமதுர தமிழோசையை உலகமெல்லாம் பரப்பும் பொறுப்பை நமது மாண்புமிகு தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மதிப்பிற்குரிய உயர் திரு மாபா பாண்டியராஜன் அவர்களை தமிழ் வளர்ச்சித்துறை மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சராக நியமித்துள்ளார். தமிழ்நாட்டில் கீழடி அகழ்வாராய்ச்சியை மீண்டும் தொடர்ந்து கிமு 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிற்கே நம்மை எல்லாம் சேர்த்த பெருமை இவரையை சாரும். Thiru K.PANDIARAJAN, popularly known as MA FOI K.PANDIARAJAN, is the Minister for Tamil Official Language and Tamil Culture, Government of Tamil Nadu. And he is a role model for many youngsters in Tamil Nadu. He is one of the most well-respected business leaders in India with more than 30 years of experience in management and human resources. He completed his engineering from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore, and did his MBA from the world-renowned XLRI Jamshedpur, where he studied human resource management. He is the founder of MA FOI Management Consultants Private Limited and CLHR Services. MA FOI Foundation, through DISHA scheme, has supported more than 4,000 poor children through scholarships. DISHA Sports Academy supports underprivileged kids and trains them in boxing, athletics, and football. More than 2,000 kids' life has been saved through Ekam Foundation, which works heavily in the healthcare sector. Karnamal Education Trust work has enlightened the lives of thousands and thousands of women by training them continuously, helping them to create sustainable livelihoods, and of course their children are also supported through these scholarships. He has motivated more than 1 lakh students through leadership and his entrepreneur's page. He has also authored motivational books in Tamil for the youth. He has also started and supported Go Green movement in his constituency at Virudhunagar. He is an active Rotarian like our Madam Chancellor. He has created employment opportunities for more than 4 lakh professionals in Tamil Nadu. He has been instrumental in starting various companies and has nurtured various entrepreneurs. He has been the board of various companies and is now associated with companies like Icanti, Netra Technologies. He is a member of governing council in many educational institutions, enlightening the life of students like Kalasalingam University, Hindustan University, Ethiraj College, Velamal Institute of Management, ADM College for Women, and many more. So I hope soon he will join ours also. He is a member of the prestigious Eisenhower Network, which has 1,800 global leaders from all over 10 countries. He is the recipient of Eisenhower Fellowship Award by the United States of America for his contributions to human resources and consultation. He was appreciated with Thiru.MA Award for being an honest politician, and the list is unending. Really, it's amazing, sir. It's a great honor for all of us to have you with us today, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee of Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation and Vishnu Mohan Foundation, I cordially invite you to address the enthusiastic participants of this webinar.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for those kind words. And good morning, my dear friends, particularly engineers and doctors, budding engineers and doctors who are attending to Dr.Anuradha Ganesan. Very erudite speech, especially the one I saw, the popular movie Virus, from which you took on certain meaningful hypothesis. So I actually want to begin my speech with that, actually. So thanks for the lead. My dear Akka, Dr. Giri Rangasamy, your dean, who has been the reason for me to come into this session. She's been extremely influential to push me to come, skip a few meetings in Delhi and come into this webinar. And all the other dignitaries, especially Swami Sri Shrihariprasd of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, and my dear young friends. I'm actually coming in to this conference from the Corona capital of India, which is Delhi. Yesterday, Supreme Court made a statement that Delhi has become not the political capital of India, but the Corona capital of India, which is going through the third wave. Officially, the CM declared yesterday that is the third wave which has hit Delhi. Delhi is hit by two waves, Corona wave, and the other is the stubble wave, as they call it. You know, I was very amused. I always used to wonder the cause of so much of mist in Delhi. And, you know, the mist apparently is due to the way they deal with the stubble in agriculture, stocks, which is it true that a large proportion of the students can't follow Tamil? Madam, who is anchoring this session. Because if that be so, I'd like to continue in English. Otherwise, I would like to shift to Tamil.
We have about 25 to 30% of students.
Can't understand Tamil. Okay,
we
fine.
have a mix of both. About 20 to 25% may not follow, but you can interspace.
Okay,
they follow.
But the others, can they follow English?
I think.
Okay, all right. So, okay, fine. So I'll continue then because I wanted to make a few statements. One, the current state of COVID-19 today in India, which sitting from Delhi is a very different view than sitting from Salem or from Chennai. Very, very different view. The whole mosaic of Corona-19 has been mutating in many ways. I know as students of engineering and medicine, you would understand mutation. But the mutation, what we see, is of a different kind. The mutation where we almost thought we had caught the COVID-19 bull by its horns initially. But within a month, we learned that this is going to be there for a lot longer time than we predicted. And learning to live with COVID, balancing both lives and livelihoods, have been the greatest challenge of most governments. Today, if there's a tension in the air as far as US is concerned, there's an election, and the election results could have been very different, but for the way COVID-19 was handled by the government, according to most political observers. So now everybody knows that COVID-19 can have a big impact on politics, economy, the social relationships, and of course institutions. The institutions which, you know, I see Arubadai bringing in medicine and engineering, two institutions together. You know, when I did my engineering, I chose an elective called bionics, which at that time was very new. Electronics and biology put together was a discipline called bionics, which everybody thought will be the holy grail of where education will go in this country at that point in time. But it was short-lived in terms of its magic. And there are many institutions in the 80s, early 80s, who attempted to bring medicine and engineering together. You know, many institutions. Like the first job I had was in a place called BARC, Baba Atomic Research Center, where there was an entire setup looking at use of isotopes in medicine. You know, my research was on EEG, ECG, EMG, and things like that, though I was an engineer fundamentally. So the idea of devices for medicine and the molecular analytics for medicine development per se received a big push at that point in time. But to my mind, this has always remained in the peripheries of education, the whole bringing together engineering rigor into medicine and the medical humanness into engineering have always been a dream unrealized. I think if one thing COVID-19 has done, in my view, in the last 6 months, it's to bring these two disciplines sharply together. You know, if Madam Anuradha's picture of Minnesota in the virus movie, if you've seen, is actually Minnesota instead of technology. It's not actually medicine, you know, if you were to see that. So most of even the tracking of the pandemic through analytics and disciplines like that are gaining prominence like anything. Like helped a friend start a company in the area of figuring out patterns on drug administration, for instance, in Coimbatore. And that company has really raised its valuation 10 times over the last 7 months. You know, this language of valuation may be a little alien to both the budding engineers and medical professionals. But I want you to understand that there are demands which are getting created in disciplines which hitherto was lying on the peripheries of attention of the students, but which are emerging very strong in the last 7 months. The first statement I like to make to you. The second, what does it imply for your careers? What does it imply for your choices as you become a full-fledged engineer or a medical professional? In my view, has a phenomenal implication. I like to confine speech. You know, fundamentally, though I'm trained to be an engineer, I work mostly as a HR professional. So I wanted to really address this from a human resource development perspective. You know, my 2 bits on this particular thing. You know, where as I was beginning my speech, this term Arupadai was a very interesting term for me, since many of you understand Tamil and some of you may not. I want to tell you a twist which is there in this name, which has meaning for what I'm about to say about COVID-19. See, Arupadai, many of you will know, are the 6 places of resting. You rest before war and after war. In the traditional way, Indian battles get waged. You know, there was one Bertrand Russell who used to make a very interesting statement about Indian war. You know, it's almost like sports, what we used to say. You know, the war in those times, Mahabharata, or even Ramayana, or you know, whatever you see about the legendary wars between Chera, Chola, Pandya kingdoms, always had a sports-like quality. You know, the guys used to wage a war only after 9 o'clock, finish off by 6 o'clock, and after that, they used to be friends. They used to share a meal together, and the place they used to do was Padai Veedu. Padai Veedu means the place where the armies come and rest. Okay, where they, you know, have a base, and from the base they go to fight a war. Okay. The other interesting thing of Arupadai is that it also channelizes, the channelizing quality Aatrupaduthugal, as they say in Tamil. Thiru.MA was one famous classic, which basically talks about the channelizing quality of Lord Muruga, in a way. And Padai also is the verb for creation. To me, the three components were resting before the war, creating something new, channelizing. These are three phrases I want to integrate in addressing the meaning of success. As today, if you were to really look at the theme of success during COVID, success after COVID, success for who? The country. Success in what? Lives and livelihoods. This giant challenge, one of the key questions is being asked of India, for instance. If India has not been as affected as most countries in terms of death, for instance, we've lost, compared to US, which is 1/3 of our size in terms of population, which has lost twice the number of people as we have lost in India. In terms of the order of the countries, we would probably rank about 40 or 41 in terms of the number of lives lost per million population. In terms of the number of people, the death rate and things like that, India comes far lower. Tamilnadu, of course, comes far, far lower among the states in India. So most people ask us this question: why was India so rigid in terms of imposing the lockdown? The lockdown, which we put in place on March 24th, was one of the strongest lockdowns in the world. My daughter is in Paris and she works in France. And I always keep monitoring what the French say about Indians in terms of the way we handle the lockdown, in terms of the way we handle the loss of GDP economically. We are one of the nations which have lost heavily. We are likely to have a dip in terms of GDP, economic indicator, by almost 10% this year, compared to the world GDP degrowth of about 4.5%. So, for young professionals, you need to understand this idea that, there's a shrinking of the economy, which would mean that there are lesser jobs, there are lesser economic activity, there's lesser income to everybody in the country. Okay, so most people are asking the question, why was the Indian government so tough in terms of not allowing anything and put everybody at rest in the home? And actually starting to feed the people. We were giving free rations, free this, free that kind of a thing. This model is getting questioned by people around the world. Okay, especially for instance, we're only now considering opening the colleges. And while it had a positive follow of major movement towards digital, today, I don't think any country has made such a sharp movement into the digital world as we have done in India. To give you an example, Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, after the demonetization, the digital payment systems in India, the amount of money which gets paid to the digital mode means it became 3 times after demonetization exercise, which happened, which was a very, very strong exercise. Overnight, some currencies were, we said this currency is not valid. And in COVID, in the last 7 months, the digital payments, for instance, have grown 5 times. You must be seeing the advertisements in IPL, which was happening recently. Half of the advertisements was relating to, paying through digital means. If you really look at the Shalu advertisement, as many of you would remember, most of it was relating to kind of movement to digital currency. The kind of movement we've made, like the digital education that you're currently going through, kind of a thing, while that's a positive thing, we are only now, some states have just done it. Tamilnadu is about to do it with a lot of questions on the date of opening and things like that. So this is also hurting the economy. If you really look at the kind of contribution education is making to economy per se, the kind of transitions which are happening there, I would like to touch upon one of the important things, especially relating to medical students, the new education policy, when they came up with one section on medical education, which talked about China and how in China, if you have a 6.5 years education in medicine, the first year is completely devoted to traditional Chinese medicine. One of the things, though many politicians say many things about China and the way they spread the virus, Wuhan, and all that stuff. One of the things they all uniformly agree is the use of traditional Chinese medicine in actually curing or finding an antidote for this virus. And one of the reasons they say is every Chinese is taught not to devalue the traditional Chinese medicine. In India, for whatever reasons, today almost 90% of the institutionally qualified medical professionals come through the allopathy route. And often their understanding of the traditional Indian medicines, the Ayush system, is extremely weak and often rooted in ignorance. Okay, so the NEP, one of the important things they talk about is integrated medicine. All medical professionals will come with the integrated understanding of traditional Indian medicine and allopathy. That's a very, very important movement, which in my view will get quickened after the corona phase. In the corona phase, as you know, there are many treatment centers which were rooted in traditional Indian medicine, where allopathic doctors work shoulder to shoulder. The moment the oxygen demand goes down, allopathy takes over, kind of a thing. And in the normal time where self-quarantine or in the face of COVID care centers, the traditional Indian medicines, especially Siddha and Ayurveda, were quite heavily deployed, and even by the allopathic practitioners. That's a very important phase that we've gone through. I would really look forward to the day, the NEP, when it comes in, at least this component of integrated medical systems and a basic understanding and healthy respect for traditional Indian medicine emerges in the Indian firmament. Already, as you know, the amount of empirical research work which is happening, the normal allegation against the traditional Indian medicine is that they don't subject themselves to empirical ways of research. Whether it's Kabasura Kudineer, subjecting it to molecular analytics, assessing them in terms of their efficacies, empirically testing the whole thing, pharmacovigilance kind of practices, all that is now starting to happen in double quick time. So as allopathic practitioners, most of you would be, it'll be very, very important for you to sense and build an understanding and integrate some of the medical practices which you may be actually forced to in the years to come. So it'll be very, very important. So in my view, that's one of the implications as I see of COVID. The second, of course, major implication is the healthcare industry itself going through the roof, where integrated understanding of engineering and medicine will become a very, very important determinant of many industries, like the analytics industry, which I was just pointing out, the molecular research, which is turning increasingly to analytics as a domain, and of course, with the advent of digital education, institutions like Arubadai, Vinayaka mission, I'm sure you will be forced to have programs of accreditation through many of the institutions, SWAYAM of central government, or Coursera, or any of these digital players. You may have to bring in understanding of analytics, understanding of domains which are bordering on engineering into medical education. To my mind, value-added programs of mini capsules will become very critical HR inputs to the medical education. So would it be for engineering. Basic understanding of physiology, for instance, which most of the engineers don't get to understand, really speaking. So a basic understanding of the use of devices in medicine, for instance. So a series of devices, whether it's measurement devices, intervention devices, Or even, for instance, I know a place which makes the implants for heart. Almost 100% of the people who work there are engineers, okay, who have to have an understanding of physiology, understanding of the way the body functions. The world is moving towards a phase of integration much faster. World is moving towards the digitalization much faster. And this disruption of corona, disruption is a management term as I use, and disruption, big opportunities, people like you who would need to understand holistically the idea of a pandemic as a military exercise, a pandemic as a healthcare exercise. You see, today, the world today is struggling with one big question. Is this virus man-made, or is this virus a strategic tool? Kind of questions are getting asked today. So both engineers and doctors who are graduating out of institutions like Honourable, you will need to understand a lot more of the geopolitics as this, what position, based on what approaches. For instance, as some of the disruption in Y2K was caused by the computer systems having to move from year 2000 to year 2000, year 1999 to year 2000, where a whole lot of legacy work needed to happen. So every norm related to visa process was let go of, and people, the IT companies grew flourished like anything. Anybody who can breathe and who can have an engineering qualification with 2 years experience were sent over to US at that point in time, and to many European countries. I see this disruption and the consequent political alignment creating opportunities like that, especially for engineers and also for medical professionals, and especially for nursing professionals. You know, the nursing professionals, some of the norms are being relaxed currently around the world, like the norm that you have to go to US, sit there and do a qualification exam, which is a very costly process for a nurse today, CPF nurse and all that stuff. That's getting relaxed, I understand. So some of it will allow India to be the human resource capital and the provider for the world. And to me, the great beneficiaries would be the people like you, the engineers and the doctors who are budding and blossoming from the institutions of excellence like Honourable. I would say that from the point of view of economy, from the point of view of political economy, and from the point of view of human resource development, educational systems, COVID is more of an opportunity than a threat, as I can see at this point in time, with the visibility that we have of the world. And India's rise, yesterday I was in a program that our Prime Minister addressed the global investing funds. You'll be surprised that many of the companies which are migrating out of China at this point of time due to political differences, they're migrating into India, and especially to Tamilnadu. Tamilnadu has signed over 70 memorandum of understandings welcoming companies from China to set up shop in India, and many of them are healthcare companies, as you would know that. I think it bodes very well for your future, and I would like you to see the future with a lot of hope, but add to yourself skills of a very different kind, perspectives of a very different kind, especially digital skills, which become absolutely critical. How to communicate digitally effectively is a very, very different thing from how you actually communicate face-to-face, where there's no touch which is possible here. But short of it, all the elements of body language are possible here, whether it is communicating through the eyes, whether it's communicating through your body, all the stuff is very clearly there. And communicators will be of great value as long as they add to themselves digital skills. Okay, to me, these are some of the implications from a student point of view. And from a country point of view, I really think that India's emergence as the top nation in the world will only get quicker by the COVID disruption. As you know, most of the vaccines are going to be made in India. whether they have the patent in UK, Oxford, or whether they have the patent in US, many companies, Pfizer onwards, and or whether they have it in Japan. Almost 60% of the vaccines to treat the world. World has about 786 crores of people in the last count, and I understand at least 2 times the vaccines need to be administered. So you're talking about 1,500 crores plus of vaccine vials. And if 60% of it has to be made in India over a 1-year period, imagine the kind of opportunity that the pharmaceutical industry is sitting on, and consequently the implications for healthcare earnings for India. To just give you one industry sector per se. So that's the kind of opportunity. US was always called as a land of opportunities. I think the day is coming when India will be seen as a land of opportunities, where to attract an engineer or a doctor from here, countries like US and UK will need to stand in a queue. And that is a big transition. Mark my words, it may sound very utopian now, but the dreams do come true. Many, many dreams in India have come true. There was a guy who said, India will not last more than 15 years. If it lasts, I will remove this famous moustache of mine. Winston Churchill said that. Okay, so yeah, India lasted beyond 15 years. We are on the path towards 75. Churchill lost his elections within 15 days of the Indian independence. Apparently, he lost his job and probably the moustache. Okay, so India continued, succeeded, and will become the Jagat Guru of the world, in my view. And that's the day we are progressing towards. And the whole thing rests on you youngsters to take India forward, learn new skills, build new perspectives. The world is really yours. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time with us, sharing your valuable thoughts, inspiring all our students and all of us. Thanks for emphasizing the importance of natural or Ayurvedic medicine for treating this corona. We knew you as a great minister, educator, entrepreneur. Your works on Tamil, but today we felt really like listening to a doctor. This shows your interest towards protecting mankind, your feel for all the common man, a difficult time during this pandemic. Very proud to have you with us today, sir. It's a great honor for all of us. Sir, as I said earlier, you're always a role model for all of us. Thank you once again. Dr. Mahalakshmi, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you very much, sir, for that very inspiring speech. Actually, 2 things I wanted to take from your speech. One is the name Arupadai. Since we have 2 A's in our name, we are always one of the topmost thing if you arrange alphabetically. That puts us in a lot of advantageous positions. Not only it gives us religious and social context to our name, but it also gives us some materialistic advantages also. That is one. And the second one is I really liked your talk on that disruption part, which you had put it together, which you said, no, the disruption changes the way in which we live, and it changes the way in which we think. I think that was very nice takeaway from your talk. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to the next session, and we have a very eminent speaker, that is our guest of honor, Dr.J. Radhakrishnan, who would be speaking to us. And Sybil, can we have Dr. Radhakrishnan's slide coming up, please?
Yes, ma'am, upload.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. When we were talking about the role of government or how governments fight against COVID, right? I was reminded of this Tirukkural from Sengonmai, that is Tirukkural number 549. Kudi Pirandombi, Kutrang Kadidal, Vadivandri, Vendan Toril. குடிகளை பகைவர்களிடந்து காத்தும் அவர்களுக்கு நன்மை பேணியும் குற்றங்களை நீக்கியும் முறை செய்தால் அது வேந்தனுக்கு குற்றம் இல்லை, அது அவன் தொழில். Actually, the next slide, please. I was reading through Dr. Radhakrishnan's CV. Okay, he happens to be the Health Secretary of Tamilnadu. But when I looked at his CV, right, it was very, very impressive. It actually dated to what is what and how was things in the state of Tamilnadu. Starting from the evil of social evil of female feticide, that the accident which disrupted the entire world, in which almost 49 school children were burnt alive. Then the tsunami, which actually came and Purati Potichi, that is what is the word, I think. I don't know the exact English word for it right now. So he was the collector of Tanjavur and later Nagapattinam who handled this. And we were very fortunate that at that point of time, we were postgraduate medical students. So we could come and participate in the health camps organized in the Nagapattinam district under Dr.J.Radhakrishnan. So we remember you from those times. You used to come with us, and even in the night, middle of the night, you would come and ask how was our accommodation, food, etc., etc. So I think that is what makes you as the people's collector, like people who can relate very easily with you. You had been part of, sir has been part of the disaster management team of the United Nations program for India. Then the next significant incident which happened in the state was the Chennai floods. He did an extremely commendable job on preventing outbreaks during that. And he's had all these had been there in his long tenure as the health secretary of the government of Tamil Nadu. Not only he had worked on in that administrative formats, he has done a lot of innovative measures to reduce the maternal mortality. He has promoted organ donation by inducing the parents of the boy to come and share the students. And now we have one of the best organ donation programs in the entire country. And also sir's efforts in the National Neonatology Forums to reduce the infant and the neonatal mortality is also very commendable. So maybe all these experiences has prepared him to face the corona pandemic situation in the state, because we are one of the top 3 states in the India with regard to the corona pandemic. So he has taken appreciable and serious steps to control the spread of disease and to lower the mortality rate. So I would request experiences on battling with this pandemic and what initiatives have been done by government and what is our role in putting these things together. It is very nice to have you here, sir, and it is so nice of you to come and share your experiences with our students. Over to you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. CB, you can stop.
Yes, I think I'm audible now. First of all,
yes,
I would like to.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Us have to work as a team. He has given me an opportunity, though I was also associated as a initially in Chennai, where he led the operations. He was one among the ministers who was assigned the duty to bring down the corona cases. Don't have enough space. That's the kind of audience which we are addressing. So hats off to the audience. I will, before coming back, I will also like to congratulate you all on the exemplary work, not only on education, but also for supporting us in Swachh Bharat mission, or for that matter, even in this COVID treatment, providing these kind of nursing robots, those kind of innovation, apart from peace. So what that shows is that as an institution, you are aligned with the social needs rather than just focusing unilaterally on education. Already Honourable Minister has given a very, very detailed kind of presentation, both covering the international scenario and the national scenario. But as a health secretary, it is my duty to start briefly on the challenges which we face. I would like our young students to know that, when you look at health, one among the very critical sustainable development goals. Sustainable development goals are actually arising out of the Millennium Development Goals, which over almost 190 countries agreed, 160 odd countries agreed in 2000 that we will reduce on various factors of our humankind. Various targets were given, and it ended in 2015. Then we came back to Sustainable Development Goals, which go up to 2030. When you look at on the health side, we have two issues. One, maternal and child health. Kulandai Perappu Thai Sai Nalam. That is indicators like maternal mortality, infant mortality. Tamilnadu is one of the few states which has achieved maternal mortality target for India, which is to be achieved in 2030, courtesy the human resources which Tamil Nadu, because of various government and non-governmental interventions, has come through. But having said that, our late Honourable Chief Minister, Madam Jayalalitha, always used to tell us in health, don't compare with neighboring states. Compare with developed countries. We should exceed and excel them in the Vision 2023. In that, when you look at one side, we are doing decently well in maternal child health, and we are one of the top states in India, and we are working very hard. On the other side, health always looks at diseases. Why I am talking to you is, when you talk of this, your immediate topic, preparing for success during and after the pandemic, you need to do, when you look at diseases, we have two: communicable, non-communicable. Generally, we look at it from a prism of diseases. We look at what is notified and what is now. So while the entire world, media, people are engaged in analyzing this pandemic, when you look at the governments look at all kinds of diseases. Maybe communicable, maybe non-communicable. Non-communicable, when you look at, it is like, blood pressure, sugar, cancers, and various kinds of issues. So that itself is a kind of tsunami hitting us. Accidents. In accidents, we lose almost 40 to 50 lives a day. So these are the kind of challenges in the non-communicable side. So for that, we are doing some activities to control, but we can't ignore it when you focus only on a pandemic. When you look at communicable, you have vaccine preventable and diseases which don't have vaccine. Vaccine preventable, again, we have universal immunization program. We are more than 300 different agencies are working on vaccine. What happened? Is this a first pandemic? Not many people know that swine flu, when you talk of Spanish flu in 1916, 18 and all, is the one which we relate to. But as recently as 2009, the WHO declared swine flu as a pandemic. And gradually, in the around 2010 middle, it was reduced to a seasonal kind of categorization. But then dengue used to keep on affecting us. We used to have localized outbreak, and almost 120 odd countries in the world used to face dengue. As it was going through, we suddenly had the emergence of Zika. You must be remembering, Brazil, when the Olympics, Rio de Janeiro Olympics were being held, Zika became an issue. And India was not immune, and Tamil Nadu, because of its diagnostic facilities, I am actually very proud that, the first case of Zika was identified in a very remote PSC in a tribal area near Tali, Anchatti PHC, because we had capacities that, we not only analyze the regular diseases, if somebody doesn't get cured, we analyze the sample of all possible diagnostic things. So in between, when Zika was there, we also had 2 bouts of swine flu outbreaks. One in 2012, then again in 2015 and 2017. While these are not really recognized when you look at the 2009 episode, these were challenges. And we again had the challenges of seasonal challenges in 2015 and 17 about dengue. Then, as this was going on, our neighboring state of Kerala had the challenge of Nipah. Nipah was having a very high mortality of 36%, but they tackled it well. And parallelly, we also had the challenge of Ebola in African countries, where WHO put strict exit controls. Ebola, which started in a particular, which had almost 90% mortality. So we have waded through, mankind has waded through all this. And when we were thinking that, things are okay, one fine day in China, from a wet market, Corona, a lot of people think this is a new disease. Corona has been existing for millions of years, and it is a strain, it is a virus, RNA virus available in, persistent in animals, dogs in particular, and many other animals. And some of the strains of Corona managed in a zoonotic way, went and started affecting human beings. More different kinds of corona are very commonly circulating, and it doesn't cause any impact because many people have resistance. Then we had in 2003 SARS, South Asian respiratory syndrome, which was a strain of corona again in China, 2003, with fairly high mortality. And then we had MERS in 2013. These all did not become pandemic. They were all localized epidemics. But when this happened, WHO declared somewhere around 2020, declared it as a public health emergency of international concern and declared it as pandemic in 11/3/2020. Tamilnadu government was very proactive. They followed all the international guidelines, and all while they were doing so, the challenge was this disease spread so rapidly from outside, and being a novel particular strain, since others were not having resistance, it really rapidly spread, and over 200 countries got it. There were initially screening done in airports, but by the time it has started moving on. We had events which became super spreader. One event in New Delhi, but we shouldn't, and maybe people also attribute an event to Chennai market. But what people fail to realize is they are all events, but much more challenge was that it was rapidly spreading. And that is why Honourable Minister has recently highlighted in his speech about the events in Delhi, where the government itself in Delhi has admitted that it's a third wave. And you look at Europe, which was showing very low numbers, are now showing almost 2.5 lakh cases a day, and America, which is showing almost 1 lakh cases a day. So there is something novel about this virus that we all are talking on a topic that preparing for success during and after the pandemic. I'm very interested in talking about during. What do governments do? First, we need to look at it. Here, focus is at saving lives. That is why Honourable CM, we even before the lockdown was announced nationally, declared using the Epidemic Act and the Public Health Act lockdown in Tamil Nadu for a particular period. Very soon, it was overridden by a national approach under the Disaster Management Act. You are youngsters, you all should know about a Disaster Management Act, which came around the same time as Right to Information Act. And under this act, successive lockdowns were done with varying amounts of success. But most importantly, this allowed us all over the country to augment the medical infrastructure and the capacity to delay a outbreak. So when we started, Tamil Nadu had 1 lab and 10 beds. Today, I am very proud to share with you that with the support of Honourable Chief Minister, under the direction of public health experts, both nationally and internationally, and the guidance of Government of India, today we have 203 odd labs, both government and private. Every district boasts of a RT-PCR lab, and today we have a capacity of almost 1.4 lakh beds when we started with 10 isolation beds in GH. So this lockdown not only prevented the rapid spread, it allowed us to contain things effectively, and also in the meantime build up infrastructure. The Tamil Nadu is one of the best governed public health states like Kerala, but this is a pandemic we cannot compare. So we were forced to augment our facilities in a very rapid fashion, and Honourable CM ensured that oxygen beds, oxygen tanks installation were done in a rapid pace, apart from also augmenting high flow nasal cannula, because initially, though focus was on ventilator, we have over 6,000 on ventilator, we realized that much more requirement was there for high flow nasal cannula. Clinicians were grappling with it, epidemiologists were grappling with it, they were coming up with forecasts, and as officials, health professionals, honourable ministers, chief ministers, specialist epidemiologists, we were grappling with how to overturn the forecast, how to prevent it. So that is where the challenges became that schools were closed, colleges are still closed, online is the order of the day, and during this time governments had to also look at people losing jobs. So massive relief efforts were put in. As an individual, we may not realize, but the scale was really massive. We had to provide succor to ration card holders because they lost livelihoods, migrant laborers. All this was done, and parallelly, as we started, Tamil Nadu was one of the few states. I would like to correct one of the observations that where we are high in absolute numbers. We are one of 8th or 9th as far as active cases are concerned, and we are now somewhere around 19,000 odd active cases, while a number of other states which are proclaiming that they are doing it exceedingly well are now caught by surprise. This is not a stage where Tamil Nadu can, just like US election, people say you cannot call it till the end. We cannot call that we have succeeded. This is where you all have to really join together and ensure that till we get a definitive vaccine, we all focus. What all things government did, they constituted task forces. They realized that you cannot be unilateral in approach of only looking at relief. Apart from medical task, they all were working. NGO coordination committee, to name a few, they all worked in close coordination, and with the support of people, we worked. But in spite of it, we found challenge in Chennai, outsmarting us. That is why they appointed 15 field support teams under the leadership of senior ministers. I was also one of the coordinators. Along with Pankaj, I continue to be, like our Honourable Minister. We all hit the field running. Starting at 6 till night, we ran in the field, identified with the grassroots frontline workers, and ensured that the gaps they are facing and the containments were effective. This, and simultaneously we realized that we had to create a lot of fever camps to capture phone records by getting appropriate permission and identifying them and isolating them and treating them. On the other hand, we also parallelly took efforts to put one person for every 150 house who will go along with a thermal scanner and a pulse oximeter to identify people well in advance, bring them on to the camps. Then for NGOs, we identified influencers, local influencers, and focus volunteers were put in. Almost 2,500 here, 11,000 more staff. I'm giving a Chennai example. As we got grip of Chennai, courtesy contribution of the people also because they abided by. Here I would like to salute the slum dwellers of Kannagi Nagar, Didi Nagar, Tsunami Nagar, Sometimes people tend to say that they don't follow, but they were the first to follow the non-medical methods of mass give credit, legitimate publicity of what it is done, because by nature Tamil Nadu is not somebody which goes along boasting its achievement, it underplays it. So the real salutations goes to such people who actively took role in these activities we control. But as anticipated, successful template was adopted, that was brought under control. Then the coastal districts started coming. Our own Salem and Coimbatore, the virgin areas of Erode, Tirupur, and finally Krishnagiri were not left, and Namakkal were not left alone. They also saw a rise. And ultimately, as we did an aggressive testing of 90,000 to a lot, today Tamil Nadu is the only state which has covered 1 crore population with RT-PCR test. RT-PCR, reverse transcriptase, polymerase chain so I'm sharing this. We normally don't talk about other state success or failure, but we should know that following an epidemiologist and public health experts line was perhaps the line. The doing it the hard way brought Honourable CM, when first time Remdesivir was allowed, out of the 40,000 stock, Tamil Nadu had already purchased 20,000. They were proactive in placing order. Remdesivir is there, tocilizumab is there, low molecular weight heparin is there, and all the latest medicines are there. And curing, they were allowed their entry points. Today we have, because of the efforts of clinicians of all sections, brought in the disease to below 3% as far as test positivity is concerned. We don't get overwhelmed by the numbers, but we look at positivity. By doing 100 tests and showing 50 cases is worse than doing 90. It's always better to do 80,000 cases and showing 2,000. So Honourable CM has always said, get the case, next day's test today. So that was the spirit where we have come down, except for 3 cities of Chennai, Coimbatore, positive. You're working on it. Second is we look at case fatality. We don't get satisfied. Today, it is like a Kalinga Ashoka war. Tamil Nadu is shown as a success story nationally, but even successful state like Tamil Nadu lost almost 11,170 odd people. Commissioner's office and his mother passed away. Pharmacist has died. So here, why I'm sharing with you all this is the danger is real. When you talk of during my pleading, Honourable Ministers, experiences, Honourable Chief Minister's suggestions, and above all, WHO's and experts' guidance is during it, please don't take chance. Youngsters who have died have came late. They were immunity. A section has some, the pace will slow down. If it mutates, it will become novel. So we are still not at a stage where we can healing concept. We always say this, the next 3 months are very crucial for us, and we should learn from the experience of Europe. You should learn from the experience of America. We should learn from the shop. Everybody was following everything correctly, but they start together for eating without mask. Normally they sleep separately, construction workers, but when they sit and talk, they sit in a room without mask. These were the issues. Public toilet. Should be right. There were no couriers. and 700 rupees used to be a big amount that time. Today, internet has ensured that the world is close. People can sit. While I attended 3 functions, on the way I was online myself. Came back to office. These are the opportunities which you have. Information. Request is, don't go by WhatsApp forwards. Look at peer-reviewed experiences. Look at if it becomes zero like other disease, then even if it is a pandemic, it will not be there. So I will end by saying that all of you should look at your future and be confident, have self-confidence yourself, work hard, don't think as a based on having right information at the right time and not feeling inferior about anybody. And you are in the best side of colleges. So thank your professors and teachers, and above all your parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very inspiring speech. You actually traced or you walked us through the streets where you walked along with your team. And it was very interesting to note not only like what measures you have taken, but also how you have got a variety of experts and varied professionals into your team and how the team shaped up. I think that's a lesson in learning for all of us. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Sundararaman, Public Health Consultant, to deliver the keynote address, and would like to give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Sundararaman is a psychiatrist and a public health professional. He has over 35 years of experience in areas of work related to HIV and has been involved right from the time HIV was detected in India. He has served the United Nations, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and currently serves on the board of several organizations. He is a professor emeritus with the Harvard School of Public Health and an advisor to the National AIDS Control Organization. Recently, he has been advising several initiatives on COVID-19. Post-retirement, he has been in pursuit of writing the 30-year story of HIV in India. We are fortunate to have you with us today, sir, and I request you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
My good friend Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Mahalakshmi, Sangeeta, and Sri Kumar Raman. It's a privilege for me to be with you people today, and I really appreciate Mr. Sri Kumar to have dug me out of the woodwork, and I was almost getting fossilized when he said, no, you should make sure that you late in our morning schedule. So I'm going to keep this very short because Dr. Radhakrishnan has made sure that he has provided a fantastic context. He has taken us through what really our state has seen and what are the important and elementary steps towards managing to succeed. And how is it that we collectively can do something that we can overcome this pandemic? You know, it's very, for me, a deja vu because I have actually traversed through 2 viral epidemics and a very serious 2 viral epidemics. One was HIV and the other is now Corona. Of course, there were many other viral epidemics in between that Dr. Radhakrishnan alluded to. But when we look at a global scale of any viral infection, after HIV, probably Corona is the first one which has taken us by surprise. And why deja vu is because of the variety of things that happens amidst us, be it HIV that caused AIDS or the coronavirus that causes COVID, because a singular factor that actually has caught us by surprise is the speed at which these can spread and actually cause a huge loss of life. Since there are a lot of young people in this meeting and I see that it's crossed over 1,000 people today, and I'm very nervous. I've never spoken to an audience of 1,000 people. I've taken small classes with 15 or 20 people at the Harvard School, but 1,000 is too big a size. However, in my screen, I just see a few people, so I'm quite comfortable in saying what I'm going to say. So when we came across HIV, the same kind of things hit us. I was part of the small team which detected HIV in India for the first time at the Madras Medical College. And it was disbelief and total denial, not only from our part, but the part of the establishment, part of the medical fraternity, part of the general society. And Corona, in fact, when we knew it was actually taking away people's lives elsewhere in Europe or in China, and we were seeing unfortunate images coming from China, we were still feeling it is too far away from us. And it was the same fact of the matter with HIV. We continued to feel that we had the values and virtues in our lives that HIV will never touch us. But lo and behold, we don't talk much about it 30 years after, because we have overcome HIV. There's a medication for it. There is a good drug that actually provides long-term survival. New infections are very few. But however, in Corona, we are just seeing the surge. It's a deja vu for me because I want to actually draw a parallel to another very important aspect, which many times we forget, is that HIV produced huge degrees of stigma and discrimination. And at the outset with Corona, we also saw the kinds of discriminatory practices, the stigma associated with it, and unfortunately, even a medical professional could not be allowed to be getting a decent burial. Many things are getting streamlined. A greater understanding is being sought. And people are actually making policies that are going to have an impact. However, we still do not have a very clear single line of treatment. We are continuing to make sure our treatment modalities are varying. Fortunately, we are having a larger number of people with asymptomatic infection. However, the groundswell of response has been limited to those who are at the caregiving or at the levels of providing things which are of supportive nature medically, institutionally as well. Whereas, just like HIV, Corona has a huge socio-economic impact. And how are we dealing with the socio-economic impact? Because the success of coronavirus being overcome is being very cautious, is not claiming success ahead of time. In HIV, after David Ho found the 3-line treatment, which is the antiretroviral therapies that are very common today, we still do not know about the natural history of the disease because it's only a young infection of 30 plus years. And similarly for corona, it's less than a year. So the natural history is little unknown. However, I think in the interest of time, I leave 3 very key messages to you all. 1, be aware of the fact that while you and your kin and kith are protecting themselves and people who depend on you protect themselves, make sure that every opportunity to mitigate fear, stigma, and discrimination are addressed, because every young person can contribute to making the biggest change. The second is make sure that people who are most hard hit because of their economics have been robbed. Millions of people have lost jobs, and therefore it is not necessarily coming to the forefront that people are going without food. So anything that is going to be social conscious efforts will go a long way in making sure that people do not bear the brutal impact of COVID. Last but not the least, I think while the worst is possibly gone, the best is yet to come. And in preparing for the best that is yet to come, every individual will need to be part of that change. In HIV, way back in 1980s, when I used to run the HIV clinic in Madras city, majority of the people who were infected will not even talk to each other. They were very scared of even conversing with each other because they didn't want to be outed as people who got an undesirable disease. But catalytic action in collectivizing them, bringing them together, bringing them to be the solution, not the problem, really made a big change in life after HIV infection. Today, we do not see people who are COVID survivors coalescing together, coming together with the wisdom of having gone through COVID and contributing to the advancement of social understanding that will make it possible for many other people who get infected to sail through COVID comfortably and easily. And of course, when people are medically moribund, they need to be admitted, they need to be taken care of, they need to be medicated, and they need to be made sure that they go home fine. However, I think more and more of collective wisdom of how people have actually been able to deal with it, if it comes forth, I think we'll get a sociological phenomenon along with a public health understanding and a comprehension of healthcare provision, and thereby we can say we have overcome. I thank you all for this great opportunity, and I wish this seminar all the very best. And I end with a pranam to Sri Hariprasd. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on HIV, which was considered as one of the most deadliest diseases arising in the world in the earlier stages of its detection. Now, as per the statistics, we find a great downfall, and as you said, there is a change in the mindset of people dealing with HIV patients because of the awareness created among the public like you. Thank you, sir. Dr. Mahalakshmi.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you, Dr. Sundaraman. That was very nice listening to you, maybe after a gap of few years. But I think you still retain that magical touch and enticing manner in which you engage the audience. And especially the way you brought upon that how the social media and how we can socially support each other. We can form a community of practice. I think that is what the message we got from your talk, and it was very wonderful for us to take away from this session. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next session. Actually, this COVID times has been one such time. Our lives have been disrupted, and we've been forced to think and reflect a lot on what we have learned and where we have reached. And as much as we are fighting the battles in the outside world, as in our professional areas and services, we are also fighting a lot of inner battles, the battles within. As a witness to why nature has done this and what outcomes might come out of it, is it good or bad? So such times find us that we are in dark quite sometimes, and we need at this time support ourselves, support our family, and also to support our community. Not only to survive these long days of lockdown or reduced lockdown, also to relieve the mental stress. We keep watching the daily COVID-19 casualties, the recovery rate, the long haul with COVID and all that. So that puts us a little bit into a negative frame of mind. So how do we overcome this negative frame of mind and succeed in life? Success in every aspect of life needs that we need to understand and follow the universe laws. How to understand the knowledge available in school or college? We need a teacher who can do that. When we are moving blindly and stumbling in the dark, we need somebody who can be as our eyes and who can direct us where to go. Similarly, to understand the ways of the universe and in our search for truths in life, we need a spiritual teacher or guru. The Guru Gita, that is verse 17, very aptly describes who a guru is. Gu is actually darkness, and Ru stands for dispels. So the guru is a teacher who are a dispeller of darkness. They are the guardians of Dharma. They have access to knowledge of the supreme power and how the universe works. And also, not only that, they perform what is best in human character and conduct. We have one such person today in our midst, Swami Sri Hariprasd, who is the founder and managing trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, Chennai. He is a modern guru in a fast-changing world, and he strongly advocates, supports, and promotes interreligious faith through his teachings and disclosures. Not only he is the founder and managing trustee of Vishnu Mohan Foundation. His early life lessons from a very early stage of his life, he's been running his Gurukulam under Sri Holiness Sadguru Jnanananda Saraswati Swami, and he has virtually managed the Peetam for many decades, and he has got an unrelenting energy and very powerful memory, which he helps in his disclosures, and he shares all this with young people. He is a well-wisher of common man. He is for the downtrodden, and he works very silently, shunning any publicity. He strongly advocates and supports and promotes interreligious faith through active participation in various national, international forums, seminars, etc. And he partakes and speaks in a lot of, and also the ashram has been instrumental in organizing many national and international conferences and seminars. We are indeed fortunate to have the blessings of Swamiji in this particular program, and it was very nice of his benevolent self to actually include us as part of this program and say that we need to address the students and we need to address the concerns what they have, so that we could prepare them best for what is in time for tomorrow. So I won't stand between you and Swamiji. I request Swamiji, Sri Shrihariprasd Sarma, to give his Benedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Narayana. So we have had some very interesting talks from the Honourable Minister, from the Health Secretary, and Dr. Sundaraman has been associated with these aspects of suffering for many years and who's always been able to give a very good different perspective. Once when we had a program on crossing over of difficulties and on grief management, he gave us a very good talk, I remember. And I'm very happy that Dr. Anuradha has taken the lead in doing this along with Sri Kumar, and she gave a very good and very interesting ideas in the beginning of in her talk. I found it very interesting. Narayana, now with all these things happening in the world, people are at a loss. Normally, human nature is that the mind goes outside. What am I going to do today? Where am I going today? What is this person going to do? What's that person going to do? Now it's not inside. We want to protect ourselves. We don't want to go outside. We don't want to know what's happening outside. And if we want to know, it's only that whether we are going to be affected or not. Because the basic instinct in people is called abhinivesha. They're clinging to life as we know it. So no, that has been totally put on top of its head. The world is standing on its head. We don't know what we are going to do tomorrow. What is our situation tomorrow? And everyone is in fear. Dr. Sundaraman pointed out about how this has been, the people have been shunning each other because of Corona. There have always been people who, don't cry. I remember there was a story about a chief minister who annoyed the press because he told one pressman, don't come close to me, you got a cold, I don't want you to infect me. There have been people always like that, afraid of illness. But now it is more than that, because suddenly you don't know who it will affect. Sometimes it may be a 27-year-old, sometimes it may be an 87-year-old. We find 90-year-olds coming back triumphantly from the hospital. We find young people, we find old people, we find many people. They're not regarded as being seriously ill, yet suddenly we find them moving into the next world. In all these things, we need something to hold on to. And that is the feet of God. That's the only thing we can hold on to, because that is something which is Shashvata, which is always there. The principles are always there. The principles of Dharma and helping other people. So when we start thinking of other people, that is the big advantage that spirituality gives us. When we start being spiritual people, we stop thinking only of our bodies. We stop thinking of ourselves and the other people. We think of we only. Ourselves includes the other people. Ourselves are not only me. So there is this fear which comes. Will I be get COVID? When I get COVID, I'll wake up and I'll be in a room all by myself. I'll see nothing but a whitewashed wall. Then we should think, what are those people who are already there going through? We should then take time to reflect on life, on things of life, how everything is there with us, nothing belongs to us. This COVID coming in 2020 is a great blessing. Had it come 15 years ago, it would have been very, very much more difficult for us. We would not have been. Now everyone buys provisions online, they buy everything they need online, assuming they have the money for it. And they are able to communicate with each other, they are able to be without sanitizing, they are able to do all that because it has come in 2020. Had this happened in 2005, how would we have communicated with each other? We would not have been able to do anything. Here in the ashram, we have 3 satsangs over WebEx. We have 3 telephone satsangs going on. Because of that, older people who are all alone, a person, 70-year-old, she was told by her daughter, you old people keep washing your hands and keep yourself safe. We are not coming there because we don't want to infect you. It was a joke, but that is also the reality. Old people are all alone. They know they are used to a different world where people visited each other, people mixed with each other, much more than with the advent of the cell phone. People have been spending more time with the telephones than with each other, though they are in constant communication. But the older people have been in a world where you went across the road and spoke with your neighbor. You spoke over the fence with somebody. You went and visited relations, you visited friends. Now, people are coming with more and more, they're getting smaller. People, the circle in which we live are getting smaller. And for these older people, when COVID comes, it's very difficult. So these satsangs have been a great help to people who have been able to join in it, have been able to take part in it, and more than anything else, the sense of security it gave them. So spirituality gives them security. Not only in satsang, people who have been able to meditate, who are able to pull themselves in to become less dependent on the outside world, those people you will find have been able to survive much better. I spoke about the 90-year-old who came back from hospital. He was critical for 2 weeks, then he came back. But throughout, he was meditating, he was talking with his guru, he was sending messages to his children saying, don't worry. And his oxygen, which went to 80 and 78, came back to 98, and he's now home. He was independent, there was no fear in him. He said, if I have to, I don't want to suffer. If I have to go, let me go. But I am totally surrendered to God. So what happened is that there was no conflict in his mind. So he was happy. He is happy. Similarly, another lady, this is the pre-COVID days. She was an intensely spiritual woman. She was also a great musician. So lying in the hospital bed in the ICU with the ventilator, she composed a song about her niece's guru and sent it to her and taught it to her before she passed away. So this is the strength inside, the reservoir of strength must be strong in us. And the best time to start is when you are young. The habits that you have when you are young last forever. Most of you young people would not have heard of Prime Minister Gulzarlal Nanda. He was an interim Prime Minister twice, between 2 Prime Ministers. He was an intensely capable man, but he was also a very clean man, so he didn't get to be the Prime Minister. But he was also a very religious man. And when he passed away, he had been for 2 years in coma. But lying in coma, when they moved him or anything like that, they would find his lips moving. They thought he's trying to say something to his children or to his followers. They went close by and they found he's saying, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. He was saying that Mahamantra. Why was he able to say that Mahamantra in his coma? Because he had been saying it when he was young. So that loneliness which is there in a stroke patient, that sense of loss, he didn't feel it. And even when he slipped into the coma, that strength of that spirituality, that prayer, that energizing capacity of the divine, that had entered into him. And he was always true. So I request all of you, whether you all are teachers or whether you all are students, to make God a part of your life. And when He is a part of your life, He will strengthen you when you need it. And when you are in good times, He will make you reach higher, greater heights. And when you are in bad times, He will keep you from, He will be the shock absorber and helping you to take your difficulties. So I hope that you will all make God part of your lives and be able to live lives which are, they always say he's got a comfortable life, he's doing well. You must live lives which are comfortable because you are able to take anything that happens in life and use it as a stepping stone to rising higher. I'm not only talking about rising spiritually, but also rising in a worldly sense also. You must use any situation for that. President, I'll just take 2 minutes more. President Kalam is always held as an example to us. But we see how he used situations because of his innate spirituality. He went to Delhi for an interview to join the Indian Air Force. He didn't get it. He saw, I'm in Delhi now. So I might as well be Shivananda. I've read so much of his books. So what he did, he took that as a starting point. He went there and saw Swami Shivananda. Swami Shivananda blessed him and said that you have a wonderful career ahead of you. You will do very well. And Air Force was not meant for you. He looked where he could go and he went there. So you must be able to, because your spirituality will help you to be able to be detached and look where your fate lies, where your future lies, where your destiny lies. And you can create your own destiny. Everyone says that Hinduism is a fatalistic religion. It talks about karma. Karma is, it's like a game of cards. You are given certain cards to play, with which you play. But whether you play well or whether you play badly, whether you put the correct card or not is in your hands. And if you are connected to God and to a guru, then it's like as though there's somebody standing there behind your chair and saying, you play this card, you play that card. If you call God, He will answer you. If you call God, He will show you a way. He will help you. He is as real as anything else in this world. It's only that we are not tuned to it. That's all. So may you all have a wonderful career. May you all use all the difficulties which are coming now with us, with COVID which is coming. The Honourable Minister said about how there are so many doors opening for Indian youngsters. And I hope that you all will all open that door and walk towards success under the smile of the Bhagavan who's above us all. Narayana, Narayana.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very benevolent words. And thank you for encouraging all, from the young to the old, to stay connected and also to seek spiritual satisfaction, spiritual support through from each other and to take the help of gurus and the other forums which have been created. We are indeed blessed to have you here and to bless our conference. We hope that this gives us the strength both emotionally as well as inner resilience for us to go forward in this pandemic. Namaste sir, my pranams to you. We will, I think with that, so with this, we have come to the end of the inaugural program. So we will now move on to the conference proper. And I thank all the people who had participated in the inaugural program, from Mr. Srikumar, who welcomed, and to our Anuradha Ganesan, Madam Director, VMRF, who gave a very inspiring speech and walked us through the entire program, through our Minister, Thiru.MA sir, for his very nice talk, to the Health Secretary, Dr. Radhakrishnan, and Dr. Sundaraman, who gave an excellent recap of how the similarities and differences between the COVID and the HIV pandemic. And last but not the least, the Swamiji for giving his benediction and blessings to all of us. Now we'll move on to the actual program. That is the thing. Sangeeta? Yeah. So we would like to set the theme of the conference. The conference theme is about preparing for success, COVID-19 during and after pandemic. We heard a lot of things about what it has done and all. And if I were to quote William Osler, he says the best preparation for tomorrow is to do today's work superbly well. Right? So let us join in this preparation for success of the post-pandemic future, how it unfolds for us. There is this very nice concept which has been put forth by the UGC that is called as Jan Andolan, that is the people's movement against COVID-19. The purpose is to aim the aim of this thing is to get the stakeholders coming together to support the government initiatives to control and eventually to eradicate the disease. We at VMRF and its constituent colleges and schools have been actively contributing to our might in this fight against the disease in multiple fronts, be it economical or material resource sharing, opening our hospitals and expertise to the needy, being part of the educational campaign, fostering innovations and creativity in our campuses are a few. And the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation has, since its founding in 2007, given a considerable focus to promote harmony across different religions and communal divides in the country. Their annual peace conferences and the series of Forgiveness is Liberation conferences stand a testimony to this. Conscious that the majority of India's population is long, the foundation seeks to convey its message of harmony, acceptance, and positivity for young Indians. The VMRF and the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation have been united in commonality of thoughts and singularity of the idea that the young people of India should be supported fight against COVID. So hence this digital conclave for the students on the theme preparing for success during and after pandemic. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Ma'am, this session for Dr. Srinivas, can we start with the introduction of Dr. Srinivas now?
Yeah, do. Okay. Thank you, Sangeeta. So the opening batsman for the main conference, we have with us Dr. Srinivas. Sibyl, can you please share Sir's CV slide? I'm very happy to introduce Dr. G. Srinivas. He's the Additional Secretary of UGC, looking after the offices in Hyderabad and Bangalore. If there has been one change which has happened in the past 1 decade or so with regard to quality of education, especially higher education in India, that is the focus on accreditation and focus on continuous quality improvement. As a person who has actually thought about it, who has forecasted it, and who has built this, being part of the NAC, Dr. Srinivas has been instrumental in this change. He had also served as the governing body of many institutions of national importance, and he has been awarded the National Scholarship for Meritorious Academic Records. So these are some of his achievements, but his main contribution is towards working with institutions, making them to take up higher responsibilities for themselves. And today, sir would be talking to us about the stakeholders' responsibility in the fight against COVID, because we need to take this responsibility as not as a choice, but as a must. Over to you, Dr. Srinivas, for your lecture, and welcome to the COVID-19 Preparing for Success During and After the Pandemic Digital Conclave. Over to you, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yeah, could you hear me and see me as well?
Yes,
yeah.
I can see you and I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Please.
Okay, very good. So, good morning to all the family of VMRF, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, deemed to be university, and their other allied institutions. It's a very good big group of educational institutions, apart from social responsibility activities. So I'm happy to note that the VMRF is organizing today a very important webinar, virtual conference on this preparing the students for their success in the COVID scenario or in the post-COVID scenario. So many institutions after this COVID has stuck us for the last 7 months. There is a lot of activities, particularly many educational institutions have started conducting some workshops also. But this workshop, particularly today being conducted by VMRF, seems to be slightly different in the sense its focus is mostly on preparing the students for their success, even within the COVID scenario. This is in fact very important, and this is the very focused area of discussion for today, which is the need of the hour for the benefit of the students. First of all, and to begin with, I pay my respects to the guests of honor who participated in the inaugural session. Honourable Minister for Tamil Language and Culture, Thiru.MA FOI K.PANDIARAJAN, and Secretary Health Education, Sri Radhakrishnan Soundarajan, and Swami Sri Shrihariprasd, and I also heard his speech, and Madam Dr.Anuradha Ganesan, the Honourable Chancellor of Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, and the coordinators of this conference, Dr. Mahalakshmi and Dr. Sangeeta, and other dignitaries whom I may not be directly knowing, Dr. Sureshji and others. This workshop, as I said just now, is very important, and I hope the contributions and the lectures to be made by the resource persons today would be useful to the faculty members, staff, and also not only from Vinayaka, but from others participating in this important workshop, and particularly to the students. So, earlier we have heard about epidemics, endemics, but only now recently, when this COVID-19 has struck us, then we came to know about pandemic. Even though the word may be there, but its popularity increased in the post-COVID scenario. So pandemic by name itself indicates across the world globe. We have witnessed globalization in the last 1 or 2 decades. So time and space are increasingly becoming irrelevant. So this spatial and temporal separation are losing its relevance. Globalization is increasing. People are moving from anywhere across the world. This is one way is good. But certain consequent problems are also like this kind of COVID and other problems where we have got contaminated. The disease started somewhere in the world, but it can spread very easily across within the lowest possible time, and irrespective of your mistakes, you have to pay for it. That is very important. The mistake might have been done by somebody, but you have to face its consequences and losses, and you have to adequately prepare for it. Across the world, even the so-called richest or most developed countries have also suffered in this COVID scenario. So it is not that earlier in certain situations only rich countries can bear the problem and poor countries only use it to suffer. But this COVID has proved that irrespective of the development of a society or the country, anybody can be affected. So I consider this as the biggest human challenge we have seen in our generation at least. Earlier, we have heard about the diseases like plague and other viral diseases. But this particular COVID disease has redefined entire human life, I would say, and our human behavior and our pattern of life. So we are rediscovering ourselves. It's a big circle. We are coming back to what we are. There is as just Swamiji has also said, there is a huge introspection needed on our lives. What way we should do, what way we should develop, what way we should contribute, what is about our coexistence. Huge introspection and philosophical thinking is needed. And with this COVID, it also has proven that irrespective of national boundaries, anything can happen. Earlier, we used to think the wars taking place between different countries are the biggest threats or problems to those particular societies. But wars may engage only those countries, those societies. But these diseases, these pandemic diseases like COVID, can surpass all these barriers and can impact badly, adversely affect anybody. So that is very important. So in the COVID scenario, almost every walk of human life is affected, whether it is education, primarily we are in the education field, particularly in higher education, and health, economy, and almost all allied sectors, whatnot. I don't see any sector which is not affected seriously in this pandemic scenario. So, and these sectors are also interlinked. The impact happened on education has a interrelationship with the economy, and this education also, health also, all these are interlinked. So therefore, there is a huge impact. So I think in that way, Vinayaka Missions has chosen this topic rightly, how to prepare the students for success in this COVID scenario. This is very important. Several things have come up in this COVID scenario, primarily to begin with masking, social distance, and several hygienic factors are to be followed every day by all the peoples. So a lot of health hazards, comorbidities, many things have happened. But coming to the education, this sector was also not spared, even the higher education. So we have to adequately prepare our students without academic loss to the students, without loss of academic year to the students for their better success in the remaining part of time. Almost in this academic year, half of the academic year we have lost, means physical means, conventional means. So many institutions have switched to online education, and in one way there is a huge advantage of online education and potential. Either willingly or unwillingly, we have switched to online education. There are, since this is an abrupt change, sudden change, similarly the challenges have also came into online education. So we will discuss few of those things currently. So a lot of challenges have come, particularly with regard to teaching, learning, and evaluation aspects of students. There are challenges in campus life, placements, online examination, particularly evaluation and assessment is one of the areas which is also affected. In an educational institute, if you take any university or the college, if you take a university like VMRF or any other educational institution, there is no area within the institutional functioning which is not affected by the COVID. And today also, the government has been in a phased manner liberalizing to resume the functioning. But educational institutions are almost coming in the last, because these are the centers of huge human congregation. In comparison to other areas, it is the place where a lot of youth population will be congregating for pursuing of higher education. Take the classrooms in a college or university, the hostels, all these things, the playgrounds are prone to COVID contamination. So in this scenario, how we should take measures, how best we should perform is one of the challenge. Many of the things in the last 6 months we have come to know. And UGC also, the National Regulatory Body of Higher Education, has been issuing guidelines with regard to examinations and online assessment and evaluation and curriculum transaction procedures, and also with regard to academic session. Many things have come from time to time. Only yesterday, this UGC has brought out a comprehensive guidelines for the functioning of what educational institutions, higher education institutions in post-COVID scenario. I hope those guidelines are very, very useful to all the higher educational institutions. Another important issue is how to implement these guidelines of UGC or other parameters for the better academic environment within the university campus is also a very big challenge. The faculty members, the staff and the students, the management all have to come together to effectively implement these measures. I think then only we can able to move forward. Some of the things is that if you see that I would request all the participants in this program later on to go through the guidelines of the UGC brought out yesterday evening by the UGC. They would be very useful to you in devising your own methods within your department or within your faculty or your whatever institution to cope with this possible COVID difficulties. Almost some of these measures we will discuss. For example, this teaching, learning and evaluation is one of the core activities of any educational institution. Normally we have conventional teaching and learning process, and even though we have certain online modules earlier like Swayam, NPTEL and other options are there, but now there is an increased emphasis on this online curricular transaction. I would request the institutions to consider more emphasis on the asynchronous mode of learning, pre-recorded mode of learning than the synchronous learning, typical classroom conventional learning. And wherever there is a need of conducting the classroom transaction, curricular transaction, have the limited size of the student population, that would be helpful to mitigate this COVID contamination to the possible extent. All these measures are preventive measures, not curative. So we should emphasize on the asynchronous learning for our students to the possible extent. Even the COVID guidelines also say, if your institution is in contaminating zone, containment zone now, what we call, so this then you should not open your institution, university or college. These guidelines are applicable for non-containment zones only so far, and also follow the institution specific measures you can devise, like having the classes only for half the day or only for limited hours or in the shift system, whatever suits your institution, your academic programs and your students and the environment where you are operating. All these things are very important. These are mentioned in these guidelines as well. So that is very important for the institution. You can also have an institution task force. You can have a COVID safety committee, some kind of thing, where all hierarchies are there. There is a representative of management, there is a representative of teachers, students also. You have one male student, one female student, like that, one non-teaching staff, like that. There may be 7 to 10 type of categories of people in the COVID task force, and this COVID task force can be institution specific again. So this task force, I would suggest meet every day evening and review the situation at least for in the beginning of the academic session, some days, and then you can assess what is happening. So accordingly, you can devise your own methods also. So this teaching learning part is very important in the post-COVID scenario. See, you can go up to 40% of the extent of online transaction in the current scenario, and already some of the institutions have conducted this particular semester on online mode also. So apart from this teaching learning process, the other very important area is the student evaluation and assessment, means the examination system. This needs a lot of reform. Normally in the conventional examination system, it is highly human-centric, and there is a lot of emphasis on the annual examinations or term-end examinations or program-end examinations as well. So you can make this assessment system or student examination or evaluation system into parts. There can be many semesters and small units or modules of assessment, continuous assessment modules you can devise, and reduce the emphasis on the term end or the program end examinations. That would be better. That would avoid stress on the students also. And normally in many conventional programs, only the term end or the annual or the program end examinations are the only methods of student assessments. So after these COVID experiences, we can have a continuous emphasis, continuous assessment or evaluation methods. These are very important. So we have to shift to continuous evaluation methods without emphasis on the annual or program and examinations, and then switch to this computer-based or online-based model of assessment methods. A lot of software programs are available these days. With their help, you can have these evaluation methods, examination methods, result declaration, all these things we can make student friendly and also student participation. For example, student can view his answer sheet online without reference to the applying for re-evaluation if you want. Transparent methods also you can make an inbuilt mechanism, and also evaluation. Examination, evaluation, all these things are transparent and put on online. Student can anytime can view those things available. So these automated evaluation examination system will yield a lot of results, avoiding stress on the students and also pressure on the teachers. Also avoiding the variability, subjectivity. It will avoid and reduce the subjectivity where students often fight with their faculty. That can also be reduced, and several other developmental procedures can be inbuilt in this. In the academic calendar itself, you can mention the student assessment tools and procedures you are adopting if possible, and also when the examinations are taking place. So it is a continuous close interaction by the faculty with their students. And also another important issue is campus life. This campus life is very important, particularly for the higher education universities like you, because the campus life has its own unique benefits. Beyond classroom, there are several activities, whether it is sports, games, cultural activities. In all these areas also have COVID preventive measures. And the most important area is health and hygiene of the students within the campus particularly. And there may be many students staying in the hostels. So in the hostels, taking care of their health is very important. Your medical officer and medical facilities on the campus are very important. We have to strengthen our medical facilities available for the students. We need not have a very sophisticated operation theaters kind of things. We need a very basic public health facilities in the campus, and we are very careful and concerned for those things. They are available in hostels and students anywhere in the campus. These public health and hygiene facilities are very important. So these things are very important. And then the campus academic infrastructure. This academic infrastructure, in the academic infrastructure, we have to rebuild our IT infrastructure also, because now in the post-COVID scenario, we are going to take many curricular transaction activities as well as evaluation systems into online mode. So accordingly, we have to reorient our these IT infrastructure and other kind of laboratory and research infrastructure also. So that we have to make compatible to the needs of the students and also preventive to the COVID scenario. So these things are very important. The other thing is that, as I said earlier, many more activities like and your interaction with the society is also very important. So many corporate responsibility activities, social activities, which you undertake there also, you can make an emphasis on the COVID preventive measures and your NCC, NSS units and other campus extension activities. In all these activities also, you have to take a lot of preventive measures and guide the students. Some of your students may be applying for higher education for other universities or abroad also after graduating and post-graduating from your university. Student counseling activities also need to be strengthened in your campus. Student counseling is one important area which we can't neglect. That we have to have a more closer interaction with our students and guide them, particularly this stress, both physical and mental, psychological stress. So this is very important. Certain guidelines from UGC and other agencies are already available about these student counseling measures required in the campus. So that is important. Actually, once after this COVID scenario, within a month, most of the educational universities may be reopened. The first few weeks would be very important because our students should not habituate or move to the old situation. So those areas are very important to take care. So, and other important area is that if possible, you may consider to have one credit paper or one paper on public health and environmental sustainability or management. It's a compulsory common credit course for all the academic disciplines, whether it is art, science, commerce, medical, engineering, irrespective of the academic discipline. I think VMRF has all professional and general programs. That would be a common program on public health, hygiene and environmental management. So, which is applicable to all the students, where some sort of extension activity student is, it is not only a theoretical paper. If it is, there can be some component of visiting the society and surrounding environment, habitat may be there. Their students are taught about epidemiological issues, public health issues, and preventive measures, how he can be a part of social work and society if you want to participate in future. Because now we are fighting with COVID. So after prevention or reduction of COVID or its advent of its vaccine, it is not sure that we are prevented. There could be many more other problems, viral diseases in future also, because there is increasing urbanization across the world. The environment is getting degraded, biodiversity loss is there, natural habitats are losing. So, and other major problem we are also facing is that we have to take care, of course, is zoonotic diseases. Means you are aware that the disease contamination coming from animals, maybe some pet animals, maybe some domesticated animals, poultry or some other kind of animal life. So we have to be very careful in maintaining the sanitary measures and avoiding contamination and avoiding spread of this contamination to other ecosystems and environments. So a lot of measures are required, particularly exposure to the environmental sustainability, public health, prevention of zoonotic diseases. These things are very required. As we all know, prevention is the best cure. So that we must remember in our minds. The other thing is that after all experience in the last 7 months and all, there is no great intellectual idea required to prevent COVID and all. You have to be balanced. You need to be careful. Your approach, you need not be in hurry, and have a basic understanding of life and try to be lead a gentle life. I think that will be great extent enough. Your ambitions, all those things, fine, you should pursue, but at the same time, try to be a balanced human being and care for others, particularly care for environment. That there is always struggle between the human being and the environment. Human being, by virtue of superior knowledge and power, tries to dominate other life on this planet. That is the basic problem. We must realize we have to coexist with other animals and plants, other life forms, say on this earth. Then only we can also survive. If we think we can dominate, we can only survive, we can progress. Our progress is linked to this other flora and fauna on this earth. But if you think we can alone progress, I think we will definitely regress. There is no point that we can progress. Already we are seeing a lot of endangered animals and plants on this earth, which are supposed to coexist along with us. Because of human dominance and habitat destruction, those things happened. So today we are pursuing the ideas of artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud computing. So much of progress we have made. It is good, but along with that progress, our responsibility towards the society, our responsibility towards the neighborhood, as Swamiji has also just now said before me, are very important. So without bothering for the basics of our society and our livelihood, whatever progress we think of having made or thought of making would be useless. So very basic things, these are like a primitive. Sometimes these things may appear very basic and very primitive, very small things to some developed, so-called developed people. But these things are very important, and these are essence of our human life. Then only we can progress. And to conclude, VMRF, I appreciate the VMRF for having taken this important initiative of conducting this important workshop, digital workshop on the norms or strategies for the success of students in the post-COVID scenario. And you can be a model institution in taking the COVID care for students, and you can be a model institution in promoting the concern for environmental consciousness. You can be a model institution in promoting and enhancing the public health and this prevention of diseases. So in these areas, you can also show your concern and contribution and make contribution. So apart from, time has come for our Indian universities, apart from our classroom curricular transaction and award of degrees, how best we can make our students as a responsible human beings. You may not be getting an ex-student immediate campus placement. Particularly, I am not much bothered about personally about campus placements. But to make him a responsible citizen, make him a comprehensive individual, make him a learned person, then he will make life for himself. There is no need. for immediate rushing to the employment as by of course it is important employment in a developing society where to ends meet, but not in that way. So once again, on behalf of UGC and also on my personal behalf, I congratulate the VMRF family for this very good exercise. I hope all the participants and stakeholders participating in this program stands benefited. And thankful to the authorities of VMRF, Madam Chancellor and other authorities, and Dr. Sureshji and others for giving me this opportunity. And also I appreciate the coordinators, Dr. Mahalakshmi and Sangeeta, Madam and others for wonderfully and painfully conducting this activity. I hope the outcome of this workshop will certainly benefit all the stakeholders and the participants, particularly the students. Thank you once again. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very informative, very educative and precise talk on the stakeholders' responsibility. It was very nice of you to cover how we can adapt, innovate and focus on digital transformation of education, be it planning education or curriculum planning, delivery of content through asynchronous mode or through online evaluations. And I really like the piece where you talked about transparency in the process of continuous quality improvement. So those things I think are a message for all of us, and also for coming practical, doable things like forming an institutional task force and reviewing things on a day-to-day basis, and having a small value-added program on public health and hygiene and environmental hygiene for students before they come. I think these are some things which we can really take forward and then put it into practice. Thank you very much for sharing this wonderful knowledge and your ideas on this. And we promise you that we would be really looking at all these things and try to build ourselves into a model institution. So that is for now. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So I would also like to thank Dr. Srinivasa for his valuable insights on emphasizing the importance of all the stakeholders' responsibility post-pandemic. That is the SOPs to be adapted, strengthening our academic infrastructure. We as a higher education focus not only in providing quality education for all despite the economical factors, we are also focused on the upliftment of the downtrodden of the society through our very active institutional social responsibility cell under the guidance of our Honourable Chancellor and Madam Chancellor. We wish and seek your guidance to continue with the institutions in imparting quality education, especially setting up all the SOPs as prescribed in the UGC manual, designing the syllabus for public health and hygiene for all our students, irrespective of their programs. Thank you once again, sir. Then next, I would like to invite Mr. Sri Kumar Raman, who is one of the trustees of Vishnu Mohan Foundation, dedicated his life to spread love and harmony among everyone, especially young minds, through his very interesting webinars. Last 1 month, when I had the chance to coordinate with him, I found myself getting charged day by day, enthusiastic than ever, which was driving all of us in the organizing committee to work with a broad smile midst of all the challenges we faced. Mr. Sri Kumar Raman was in banking for about 30 years. He has occupied senior leadership positions with global industries in Singapore, Middle East, Eastern Europe, Gulf countries in addition to India, and with many organizations headquartered in US and UK. He is now an advisor to Board of Corporates and has been a trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation since its inception. Mr. Sri Kumar Raman had spoken on strategy management at a number of international and national conferences, and most recently is advising organizations to effectively navigate the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought into. Now let us all hear from Mr. Sri Kumar Raman on his learnings from COVID-19, how to build resilience for future shocks. The screen is over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Just give me a moment, I'll share. Just one moment. It's just loading now, one moment. Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon to everybody. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Swamiji. We've had a wonderful series of talks, right from the introduction, Dr.Anuradha Ganesan, the Honourable Minister, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Sundaraman, Mr. Srinivasan, and I really look forward to the rest of the discussions and thoughts which are shared. Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta, for that very kind introduction. I wish I look as good as that picture seemed to be, but I promise you it was not photoshopped. It was taken a few years back. It's been a pleasure working with you, Dr. Sangeeta, and Dr. Anuradha, your team. I look forward to more such discussions. So my talk today, I will keep it within the allotted approximately 18 to 20 minutes. And if there are any questions, we can field them, probably later in the conference. So the talk is basically about building resilience for future shocks. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to speak about is some of the challenges that COVID-19 has already posed, many of which have been covered by the earlier speakers, so I'm not going to dwell at length on them. It will be obvious to the student community. There is an uncertainty factor in the future. I want to give a perspective on challenges that we have encountered so far, okay, and building resilience. The Honourable Minister, he had spoken about some of the economic challenges which we have faced, and gave us a very good sense of real assurance on a positive future based on tangible realities, not some promises. So what I want to assure everybody here is, while I have finished 30 years of life after passing out of Ahmedabad, I have stayed a lot in touch with students, not just among family and friends, but also because there have been a lot of times where I have been a mentor to students to cheer them up, to improve their communication abilities and so on. So I'm not an expert, I'm not a child by any means, as you can see, but I have a reasonable sense of some of the uncertainties and insecurities that students have. So my discussion today is to say that, look, yes, we have challenges, but guess what? The future is very positive, okay? And it really depends on you. Some of the challenges we know, there's the personal medical health aspect. There's the health of family and friends, okay? We are all normal humans. We all worry about each other. We worry about our friends, family, society, and so on. There's educational challenges. In the last, if you really see, from approximately March onwards, by July, which is in the space of just 10 weeks, okay, from the time India was affected, or in fact, the world sat up and seriously started to take notice, in just a period of 10 weeks, the world has switched over to video as a mode of communication compared to face-to-face and personal meetings. It's switched over to video. That's a global change, and we still have to come to terms with the different ways of interacting with each other. We have numerous disruptions to evaluations, for example, tests, examinations, practicals, laboratory work, and so on. How do doctors learn unless they are standing around a a specimen or a cadaver, and autopsy has to be done. They have to be in close proximity. They have to understand a lot of things. How does that happen? Softer aspects come from human interaction. We play games, right? We play contact sports like football, hockey, and so on. We are athletics. We train in the gym. We go swimming. We do so many things. Okay, we meet each other. We meet in the evenings. All these things have got a kind of filter which is happening now, which has to do with the fear of COVID-19 and getting infected and all the problems and expenses that come with it. Okay, life is completely different. This is now, and looking forward, we have already got an uncertainty on career, which is now even more in many cases. We have an uncertainty on health and education aspects. So, taking me personally, I'm due to travel to the north for the first year anniversary of a very close relative of mine who passed away. And there's all sorts of worries that so many people are expressing. So I don't know what to do, but there's a huge amount of uncertainty which every one of us faces on the future. Adding to all this is social media. Okay, practically everybody here, if not everybody, there's almost 1,000 people who are attending this conference now, 650. Practically everybody will be getting a lot of messages every day talking about some opinion, some cure, some vaccine, some rumor, some conspiracy theory, etc. regarding this current COVID situation. And social media is making us very stressed. So it's not only the challenges that are tangible, like medical, educational, and future related, it's also this whole social media. How much of it is true? How much of it is not true? Just because I get the same message from 3 different people, in the day, it doesn't mean it's true. It could just be that fake news is circulating, which often it does. So we do get extremely stressed. And I genuinely think that the younger group of students, the younger community in India is impacted much more by social media than elder people like myself. But that is some of the part of the challenges. Now, talking about the uncertainty factor, I think this is true of every outgoing batch of students. This is true. We want to do well in life. Okay, our family expects a lot from us. We want to settle down in life in whichever way we define settling down. We want a safe life. Okay, we want comforts. All of us want comforts. We would like to travel. We'd like to, have good holidays. We want to have a good house, a good family, etc., etc., etc. And we want independence and to stand on our own feet. This is true. Okay. However, the problem is that while these concerns are true of me, are true of others, okay, at all times, for roughly about 3 years now, we've had some concerns on the downtrend in the Indian economy GDP numbers. That's the reality. It's been a little more sharp the last year. And then we got worry on global trends. Okay, you had US coming and bringing in a lot of restrictions on visas. The same thing started to happen in some of the Western European countries to which we go. Those countries' economies, because of some kind of a dissonance between China and US, those countries have started showing some economic impact themselves. And then now we have COVID-19. So, there's a lot of uncertainty which already existed, and we are seeing much more of it now. Okay, this is the reality. Our aspirations are the same. We want to do well. We want to, be safe. We want to stand on our own feet and so on. But the concern levels have gone up exponentially after COVID-19. The good thing is, India is not new to uncertainty, right? This is much more true of India than it is of practically any other country. All right. If you just step back and look at the last 100 years, 100 years is not much in the life of a geography or a culture. We've been 70 years as a nation, but we've had a national identity for at least 130, 150 years, ever since, probably 1820s when the independent struggle started. So at least 150 years plus, we've had a sense of national identity. It translated into a formal reality in 1947. But as an entity, as a national identity, India has not been new to uncertainty. We have managed extremely successfully huge and serious challenges. And I would really like the student community to reflect on this You would have read some of this in your school books and in your 11th and 12th standard books, depending on which stream you took. But I just want to give you a sense of some of the challenges we have faced. Look at those, look at how we have come ahead, and then, I think you will get a sense of assurance that yes, we will absolutely do very well. It is a challenge now, this COVID-19 situation, but we will do well. We are a resilient country and a resilient group of individuals. So, starting in 1947, okay, when we gained independence from the British regime, we had abject poverty. Okay, just go back, Google, look at the statistics for yourself. A terrible nutritional level, terrible set of health challenges. Our literacy rate was extremely low across both genders and across the whole country. There were severe food problems. Okay, the Bengal famine, which had happened earlier, during the war which we had with Pakistan, and before that with China, the quality of food, I know because I was, my parents were living in the north, and I was an absolute infant then, so I would not have realized personally. But even today, they speak about the horrendous quality of ration rice they used to receive, which would be stinking, okay, when they got it from the shops, even before they got it cooked. We have come from that very, very, very sorry state, okay, to now in 70 years, we are among the largest economies globally. We are 6th or 5th. That number is varying a little bit based on exchange rates. But the point is, from nowhere, we have come a huge way, okay? We've got challenges, we know that. But I'm entreating the students to kindly reflect on some of the real history which is documented, for which statistics are available. I'm not talking about some great and glorious ancient past and all that. Okay, that's not relevant for our discussion. The point is, we have come enormously in just 70 years. 70 years is less than 3 generations. Okay. Today, as we speak, we've got extremely successful global companies having Indians as their CEOs, Indians on their boards, advising and consulting to Indian companies, and so on. Okay. I have a lot of interactions with at least 2 of the top 4 global consulting firms, McKinsey and PricewaterhouseCoopers. You will be surprised. Actually, you will not be surprised, because there are so many brilliant Indians. Among you, you have a lot of brilliant people. People who are confident, who are articulate, who have got education behind them, who have, tremendous experience, common sense, and they strive to do better and better. See, that kind of combination is not easy to get anywhere in the world. I know, because I've worked across the world. Okay, I've worked in Eastern Europe, in Singapore, in India, of course, and in the Gulf. You don't get that combination of strengths that Indians provide, and I'm saying this specifically that Indians provide. I can give you this, I can have a dialogue on this offline, but I'm extremely proud of us. I'm extremely proud of our resilience. And these are people exactly like the people in this forum. Okay, there's 550, 600 students who are listening to me. What I can assure you is that we have a combination of skills and talent which I have yet to see in that combination across the world. Our soft power is incredible. Okay, you cannot underestimate the soft power. The variety of food that we have. I'll tell you a little joke about this, and it's not false. It's true, actually. Okay, Jain food, for example. Jain food is something which all of us know. Airlines serve Jain food. Jain typically for us, it means without onion and garlic. There's other qualifications for Jain food, but we know it means without onion and garlic. Now, what is very interesting is that I saw a small restaurant in the US, I think it was in Texas, I don't remember, and it had a big sign outside and it said Jain chicken. Okay, this was more than 15, 18 years back. So this is somebody who knows, okay, Jain food is without onion and garlic, so I will sell Jain chicken without understanding too much about Jain food. Somebody somewhere in Texas, interior of Texas, 15, 20 years back, knew enough about Jain food. They made a mistake, but I'm just saying, our soft power is incredible. Festivals that we have, just the joy that happens in our, especially the North Indian, Punjabi and Sindhi weddings. That is being replicated in Thailand among the Buddhists for their weddings. You go to Japan, they have classes on Indian dancing. They have classes on actually Rajinikanth style of dancing. Okay, that's interesting. You go to Egypt, they don't know Hindi there, but they just love and they can sing Amitabh Bachchan songs. Okay. You know, we brought concepts like karma and vegetarianism to the rest of the world. Vegan vegetarianism is probably an extreme which has started with some kind of a Western thought, but vegetarianism is a concept, karma is a concept. The values that we have, like Satyam, you know, Satyam eva jayate, dharma itself in all its aspects, you know, the concept of ahimsa, that it is okay to do battle to defend yourself, but do not go and harass others. Okay, Shaucham, purity in all its ways. There's so many things that we bring by way of soft power. It is incredible. Okay? And what I'm seeing is more and more the last probably 10 to 12 years or maybe 15 years time, our self-confidence as individuals and as a nation is strengthening. Okay, we are able to laugh a little bit at ourselves more than earlier. Earlier, we would be extremely sensitive if anybody criticized us. We're able to counter foreign criticism. See, there was a time, you know, when I was in school, anything that came from the West was treated as absolutely true. Okay? Much of it is true, much of it is logical, much of it can be looked at as good for us, but some of it is not. Okay? They also have their political requirements and the need to protect their country. So not everything they say is applicable or relevant for India. Earlier, we used to accept it blindly. We would not criticize it. We would not dare to open our mouths. Nowadays, we are engaging more with them on an equal level. When I joined Citibank, where I worked for 10 years in India and Singapore, in those days, whenever we used to have a call with USA, which was on a different time zone, we would adhere to their work requirements. Okay, so if they felt comfortable at 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning or any time, we would stay awake till 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. to have that call with them. The last 10 years has not been like that. We'll say it's not convenient for us. Okay, and then we'll negotiate and work out a mutually convenient time or a mutually equally inconvenient time. Okay, I'm not going to lose my sleep just because you're in US, right? So that confidence has started showing. We must remember this. Okay, in the context of COVID-19, which we know is a challenge. Okay, but the future has got an added level of uncertainty and difficulty. We have to understand that as a nation, we are resilient. As individuals, we're doing very well. We have a lot of positives that the world understands more about now compared to earlier, and we are more self-confident. Please do not forget this. We know we have many challenges, okay, but we have the confidence and we have the ability to overcome all of them. We have done a lot. Dr. Sundararaman spoke about, you know, the huge challenges that HIV had, the fear that people had, the social impact that getting HIV or being with an HIV person had, and how it is now. Okay, we have overcome SARS, we overcome the bird flu, we had chikungunya coming suddenly, we had dengue, which was relatively unknown in India until just a few years back. Right, these are on the health front. We had a huge balance of payments problems. Okay, we sent our gold. We all know that those things which happened during the one of the earlier governments with Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh as finance minister, Narasimha Rao Ji as the prime minister, Manmohan Ji as the finance minister. But then look at how much we have done. Okay, we have had confidence and ability to overcome them all. We could not make a decent car till about 20 years back or 30 years back, and now we are among the leading exporters for precision car parts. Just one example. To build resilience, first, you know, there's a lot of influence that social media has got and regular media has got. Okay, if you look at it, there is so much of negativity that they spread. They will not talk about the 99% of the population which is good and decent, law-abiding, civil, helpful, socially conscious, and so on. They will talk about the minuscule proportion which, you know, goes and does silly things. And they keep talking about it. So you think the whole country is rotten, all right? That's not so. Read more into that, you know, go further and further into links when you're reading news online or reading about any news online. Don't just read the headline, read the text. What are they trying to actually communicate versus how are they marketing it? Okay. because there is a lot of positivity that exists, which is there for you to read and be aware about only if you see it. We've got many inspiring examples of success. We had Swamiji was speaking about Abdul Kalam. You know, what a wonderful man and an inspiration in our times. Okay, not some ancient, historical figure like Sri Rama and things like that. We've got enormous positive examples of success. So many great social workers, so many current innovations and business successes which are happening in a way that is good for us to follow. Okay? So many social workers are there. There is so much of good work which is happening quietly by many organizations. Until I had a detailed talk with Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Sangeeta and others probably 3 weeks back, I did not know and Dr. Giri, of course, I did not know the sheer extent of work and support to society that the RPD entire group is doing. It is amazing, right? I used to, when I used to drive down often to Kerala, and I've crossed Salem from Chennai and seen the Vinayaka mission buildings and so on, and always impressed with the way, the sheer size and scale. But I didn't know about so many things, There are some wonderful things which are happening in practically every state of India, and definitely in Tamil Nadu, we have so many which I need to be more aware about, and I hope you all are. The third thing is, please understand, okay, that while the economy has taken a serious beating, the reason and rationale behind lockdown was taken correctly at one point in time, and we know it is easing up, but we know that there is a severe beating on the economy. But please understand, there is no change in people's aspirations in the growth requirements and in demand requirements. As a country, we still need enormous amounts of infrastructural growth. We need enormous amounts of medical support. We need a lot of talented individuals, well qualified in all fields, as lawyers, as in the office administration side, in the accounting side. There's no dearth to it, okay? So there is no change in all that. It's just taken a small pause right now. And the assurance I can give you is that the need for a great variety of skills is very much present. Your future is assured. Little bit of worry is normal, but do not get despondent, okay? And remember that your strengths are within you, okay? You have got the students here. I mean, I got a sense of the sheer range of ways in which the education is being imparted to you in the group through the Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation and all the other institutions. It is fantastic, okay? There will always be need for improvement, but as it is, I think it is very good. It is coming with a clean heart and total sincerity. Phenomenal education is there. Your family and support systems are very strong. And in India, the support systems, the societal support systems are very, very strong, okay? We have a lot of values, okay? And we have a sense of those values and we adhere to them. And each of you, I'm sure you have a lot of drive, okay? Personal drive, personal ambition. Nothing can dilute these things, okay? So do not feel worried. The country is going through a bit of a challenging situation. There's no doubt about it, but we have successfully faced many, many more challenging situations in the past. You're the youth of India. We will continue to have challenges. Current one is just one more in a series. We will all succeed together. All my good wishes from the, most sincere good wishes from the bottom of my heart to all of you. Jai Hind, Pranam Shri Sadguru, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs on building resilience for future shocks. As always, after hearing to you, shocks are no more shocks for all of us. You have built the resilience to face it. Thank you once again. So, now moving on to the next session. It was really a very hard time for all of us we all faced during this pandemic, especially during the lockdown, when it was completely altered our daily routine. All our constant institutions of VMRF has been continuously organizing webinars to motivate all our students and faculty and made them stronger than ever to face the challenges. And today we have with us Dr. Sri Priya Menon, who is a trained social health worker who teaches ways to effectively handle emotional aspects with respect to COVID-19. She works with individuals and families for mental health issues and user rights in the community. She is also the founder of the Good People Diaries, which is an online platform to highlight positive news within the social sector. She participates in public events to raise awareness about mental health issues of various groups. She has started Austin in March 2020 with her colleagues and volunteers to address the gap between mental health service users and providers during the pandemic via online platforms and to enable user participation in this process. Dr. Sri Priya Menon, I invite you to share your thoughts on handling the emotional aspects with respect to COVID-19.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pranams to Sadhguru and all the esteemed elders present here. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So the topic given to me is emotional aspects of coping with COVID. So I'd like to begin with an observation that we as a species, as the human species, have always survived traumatic events. And I'm borrowing from the previous speaker who was very articulately put across most of my ideas. So my job here is simpler now. So we as a species have always survived traumatic events, and this happens because human beings are resilient and we have the capacity to mobilize collective resources and support each other as a tribe, as a community, as a village, as a family, and as a nation as well. This is mostly because of our spiritual reservoir and the cultural adaptability that we have. It usually unites us all under a single umbrella of the Creator. It reminds us that we have been created and so we shall be taken care of too. Kabir Das ji says, "Dukh mein sumiran sab kare, sukh mein kare na koi. Jo sukh mein sumiran kare, to dukh kahe ko hoi." Meaning, if we remember our Creator, usually we do that in times of distress. But if we happen to remember them when we are happy, then the crisis feels lighter. It doesn't have that much of an impact on us. Coming to my topic more specifically, mental health is now increasingly being conceptualized as a continuum. It's not just a categorization of individuals as unwell and healthy. People have their own strengths and predispositions which interacts with the environment, and thus our health is manifested and determined by psychological, biological, and socio-cultural processes. As part of my work with clients, I've seen that there's a marked rise in occurrence and reporting of issues regarding anxiety, depression, stress, gaps in communication, substance use, a lack of sensitive leadership both at home and at work. There's violence in the domestic spheres and outside in the society as well. So these issues, they need to be recognized and conceptualized in this multifactorial approach. Students in this context specifically are faced with multitudes of concerns and choices. The range of choices is simply too much, and this brings uncertainty into the picture. With uncertainty comes fear and confusion. In this situation, it is the value base that the previous speaker has mentioned: honesty, integrity, hard work, collective good, that will help us make those difficult choices. And the lack of choices is also a problem. And then we need to prioritize creating access for people, creating access for opportunities for students and everybody else. The basic needs are same everywhere: food, safety, shelter, belonging, and achievement of goals. So then what the student community is asking from the larger group is for a sensitive listener, a person who can empathize and foster their authentic selves. The medical issues faced by the general public have always been a challenge for our public health systems. They are complex and they require our esteemed leaders at the policy and administrative level to take notice of these grassroots issues in designing the solutions. And I look forward to hearing from their experiences in tackling the situation on ground. In my group and individual therapy space, I've been working on building lifestyles that are supportive of improved breathing practices, nutrition, healthy communication, problem solving, and leadership. The social life during the pandemic has definitely taken a hit in terms of life outside the family. However, what's really noteworthy is that our support systems, which are those of the family and the neighborhood, have really stepped up again to keep us from depleting ourselves emotionally completely. The need of the hour now is then community development and capacity building. What we are experiencing during the pandemic is what vulnerable populations experience every day. Children, elderly, women, people with disabilities, they are experiencing loss of access to opportunities on a daily basis. It's just that now we are experiencing it as an entire species, so we now paying attention to what our needs are. So similarly, business and workspaces are also affected. and people are trying to stretch themselves to kind of get to the goals that we have set for ourselves. We never thought about what is an inclusive goal, what is a larger goal which will be easy for people even with disabilities, with difficulties to achieve. So now we are working around our limitations. We never set those limitations. We didn't take them into account while setting targets in the first place. So while looking at solutions for better mental health, it includes personal, social, and medical spheres. A person who is resilient to their context and environment is also able to adapt to stressful changes in life. Activities such as cooking, singing, art, and other therapeutic activities are something that people are now falling back to because they know that that's what is nourishing themselves, that is what is building resilience. Nourishing relationships within and outside the family, at work, and in the social life then becomes the priority and not just another task which is lying at the back of our mind. Now, at a social community level, promoting rural partnerships, livelihoods, encouraging and funding higher education in the urban, suburban, and rural areas creates a lot of opportunities for those who do not have access to building their own solutions. Such initiatives are going
Excuse me, ma'am.
at level.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting. Your video is not on and we cannot see you.
Okay.
Can you switch on the video?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So I hope that my audio was clear though. Yeah.
Right. It's clear, ma'am.
Okay. So I was talking about many initiatives that are ongoing for rural partnerships, for fostering rural partnerships, one of which is called Swari Arts. We have as part of this initiative, designed a Diwali gift box that includes wooden handicrafts, candles made by persons with psychosocial disabilities, sweets made by women's self-help groups. So it's the fruit of collective efforts to overcome the barriers that have been created by this socio-economic inequalities and the pandemic as well. We are using youth participation and student interest to promote this work. We are writing about the good work done by people in the social sector under the banner of a website called the Good People Diaries. And the digital media available to us in this age is not just a source of problems, but also innovative solutions. And the youth are at the forefront of this movement. The youth are many steps ahead. And I also manage a group called the Online Support Team for Every Mind, which is helping in linking people to mental health resources and other community resources. Now, while talking about success during and after the pandemic, in light of the concepts I've just mentioned now, success can be defined as the possibility of survival, peaceful coexistence, and finding solutions to these psychosocial problems, ranging from a micro individual level to a macro society level. And now this is an interdependent process requiring participation, creativity, and critical thinking, which needs to be fostered from a student level. Ideas need to be encouraged and not imposed for their success. And we need to start practicing active listening in preference to arguments and newsroom style debates. So this is all that I have to share for today's talk. And I thank Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation to allowing me to share my experiences. And I request all participants to take this opportunity to connect with us and our initiatives, to use this to foster nourishing relationships and build collective resilience in our communities. Namaskar and pranams to Sadhguru. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable inputs on handling emotional aspects during this pandemic, which we as the higher education institution was striving hard to do among our faculty and students. Dear students, you'll be thinking now how a program can be without a treat for your eyes and ears. Yes, it's the time to visualize the talents of our own mind. I would like to call Dr. Jyoti and Dr. Lakshmi from ABMC to take over the session.
Before Dr. Jyoti settles and starts, this session is aptly named as moving from negativity to creativity. So how we can actually think about the negatives which had happened in COVID and not dwell upon it, and what we can do to make it more creative. So this is an attempt at VMRF students, staff and faculty, what they have done to channel their creative inputs during this particular period. So we would be presenting to you their works and their innovations and creativity during this pandemic. Over to you, Jyoti. Jyoti, you can speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Jyoti Marifula, Assistant Professor of Physiology. First of all, I would like to thank you all for joining us today in this webinar. Now, we shall start this by watching a video which elaborates our battle against COVID-19 since the start of this pandemic.
It's
Sorry for that interruption. There is a small technical glitch. It will be sorted out shortly. Can we have the video on, please? என்னடா பண்றீங்க? I'm sorry. Actually, there is a small technical glitch our team is experiencing. I would request Sibyl and Mr. Srikumar sir to make me host. So we'll handle it from our end. There is some issue with regard to audio. Okay, I'm now the presenter. Just bear with us for a minute.
Dr. Mahalakshmi ma'am, till the technical issue gets sorted out, can we proceed to the next session and we'll come to this?
No, we kind of got it, Sangeeta. Let's just try once before we move.
To present our journey of fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Our institution has been proactive in the preparation for the COVID pandemic as early as in February 2020, when the journey against COVID started even before a single reported case in the country. Our prompt initial response started with a sensitization program on COVID-19 for faculties, postgraduates, and all the healthcare student workers to prevent transmission and management of COVID. COVID-19 team was created as per the government norms, with medical superintendent as the administrative head and the team members mentioned by the government. To prevent the transmission of COVID in the hospital, all the public entering the hospital were screened at the main entrance itself. This is a tent which was formed at the main entrance for COVID screening. And we had a next screening at the OPD reception for all the patients attending our OPD and as inpatients. Our aim was 0% transmission among the healthcare workers, which is successfully achieved by screening on daily basis, providing masks, ensuring strict social distancing, and hand washing. There was a shift of all meetings and classes towards online to prevent exposure. A COVID task force was formed for meticulous planning and management of this pandemic. The team contained administrative people and workforce with periodic meetings to address the problems then and there and for smooth functioning of the COVID wards, at the same time to prevent the transmission. Our COVID ward infrastructure is a state of art with dedicated COVID beds and intensive care facility equipped with ventilators and maximum number of high flow oxygen beds in the state. And these are our private COVID wards. Coming to the COVID patient care at AVMCH. Till now, we have admitted almost 1,500 patients, out of which 1,492 patients have recovered with a recovery rate of 99.46%. However, the death related to COVID was 8, giving a fatality rate of 0.54%, which is very less compared to the state statistics. And dialysis service did not stop with the COVID. We were giving dialysis service for the non-COVID patients and also for the COVID patients. And because of these things prove that optimal care for COVID patients was provided by our hospital during this pandemic. This is our general COVID ward patients. For mild and asymptomatic COVID patients, for their mental well-being, indoor activities like chess and carom board were arranged, which was greatly appreciated by the public. Fully equipped intensive care unit with ventilator for severe patients. Another vital service which was provided by AVMCH was dialysis for COVID patients arranged on fixed days, Tuesdays and Fridays, to prevent transmission to non-COVID patients. Patient care at AVMCH amidst this pandemic was made effective by the AVMC protocol for management of COVID patients and managed by the trained, dedicated team of healthcare workers. And a protocol was formulated for the prevention of transmission by our HICC team. Emergency patient care services around the clock, even during this intense lockdown, was still going on. And to prevent transmission and for the safety of the public, teleconsultation services was started and inaugurated by our Honourable Chief Minister of Puducherry, and it was enforced and it has helped many patients across the states. Our COVID ward was inspected by our Health Minister Puducherry, Mr. Malladi Krishna Rao, and he did rounds and he got the feedback from the patients in our ward, and it was very well appreciated by him about our COVID patient care. Not only with this, we got the survey and interview by the patients and got the feedback forms. With this, the satisfaction survey showed that 97% of the patients were satisfied with our COVID care. These are our recovered patients satisfied with our care and got discharged. In the battle against Corona, COVID warriors played a vital role. This is our administrative team of COVID, headed by our medical superintendent, Dr. K. Jason, and our team members. We had a dedicated team of healthcare workers, starting from senior consultant, residents, nursing staff, interns, attenders, ambulance drivers, security staff, and sanitary workers, who made this mission possible going through this pandemic. These are our COVID warriors, our consultants and residents, and our staff nurses. Behind the clean hospital environment, we had our sanitary staff who have been ensuring that the hospital environment is free of COVID by their regular sanitation. The important part of our administration is acknowledgement and appreciation of our COVID warriors by the administrators, which motivated them and maintained their enthusiasm throughout this pandemic. Technology played a pivotal role in COVID. This is our COVID Whisk for mobile throat swab testing, and a nursing robot was used for COVID patient service to minimize the exposure. Our institution had a national responsibility of containing the COVID by participating in in-house, house-to-house surveillance, a part of ICMR project. COVID screening of general public at the state border checkpost was done by our healthcare workers. Extensive COVID testing camps were conducted with almost more than 20 camps with more than 2,000 samples being taken on mobile camps by our team. This is a mobile testing camp with COVID Whisk, which was done at the bus stand and other public places. And this is our COVID dedicated ambulance services for the government, which was given. A milestone in this war is the inauguration of Virology Lab, molecular testing laboratory for RT-PCR with a very good infrastructure. NABL accreditation got, and it was approved by ICMR also. This is our Virology Lab. AVMCH, a way ahead, miles to go, learned a lot during this pandemic. Thanks for patient listening. Finally, we have been all the caregivers, AVMCH. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. It was Dr. Deepa, Deputy Medical Superintendent, who gave us a wonderful overview about the battle against COVID-19. The commitment, selfless dedication, courage of our frontline workers deserves our deepest gratitude. So far, we have all experienced a real academic fest. Now I am here to break this monotony by presenting to you a bunch of activities performed by our staff and students to combat this stress during the pandemic. So, for the next 15 to 20 minutes is for all of us to sit back and sink into the galaxy of creative events aptly named as negativity to creativity. Without taking much of your time, I'll move on to the events. Let's all hold on our breath to visualize a dance performance to a song devoted to Lord Ganesh by a third MBBS student, Ms. Vishnu.
Mr. Sipil, you need to again make me presenter. I see Dr. Anuradha Ganesan is a presenter. Can you please make me? Yeah.
Good morning. Greetings from Arupade.
Pramadhanipam Ganapatim Ekadandadidevam Siddhesham Parashudharam Shivasutam Vidyapradam Mangalam Sindhurangam Netram Lamboram Durvadalamoditam Herambam Vakratundam Varadabhayam Gauri Namami, namami, namami. Sahasra kodi kirana purita vadanam Ganesham. Sahasra kodi kirana purita vadanam Ganesham Kundendram Sharavana Sahajadi Devam Gajamukham Indram Sharavana Sahajadi Devam Gajamukham Sahasra Kodi Kirana Purita Vadanam Ganesham. Iha para sukrita vriddhi karatma nivedita Iha para sukrita vriddhi karatma nivedita Ambujaksha Vignesham Suresham Ambujaksha Vignesham Suresham Sahasra Kodi Kirana Purita Vadanam Ganesham.
Thank you, Ms. Sushma. It was indeed a great performance. The next creative event we are going to present to you is the poetry. Poetry is an emotion put into measure. It's a revelation of feeling that a poet believes to be interior and personal as his own. Here I present to you a poem on impact of COVID-19 and lockdown recited by Ms. Chandrai, second MBBS student of AVMC.
Abstract human warmth around. That notion itself brought fragmented pleasure to Hugh, didn't it? A worldwide lockdown, an enemy too small for a naive human eye, but intoxicating enough to make us prisoners in our own abodes, while it keeps patrolling, owning the world outside. The end of the world seems more plausible now, doesn't it? But the earth is too powerful. It doesn't demand us to save it. If we fail to remain confined to our curve, it will quietly erase us and continue to exist in its full glory. Maybe this time of solitude and imprisonment is for us to learn the worth of our lives. For without solitude, no child can learn, no artist can create, no soil can bear. The next time we are granted to praise the streets outside, the grass might look greener, the sun might feel warmer, the birds might sound prettier, and the rain might feel colder, and humanity might no more be so abstract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chandrai, for putting up all your thoughts and emotions into a beautiful poem. Dance is a hidden language of soul. Let's move forward to experience a more graceful dance performance by Ms. Anuradha, first year MBBS student.
सदा चली आई सदा चली आई प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे सातों जन्म से सिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया दुविधा मेरी सब जग जाने जाने मेरा मोहिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया घर मोरे परदेसिया आओ पधारो पिया
Thank you, Ms. Anudrita. It was a charming performance. The next event can be described as a blink of an eye, a way of feeling, a way of loving, and it is something that is captured forever. Yes, it is photography. It remembers little things long after even you have forgotten everything. Let's visualize few magical moments captured behind the lenses of our staff members. Hope all of you have experienced a real visual treat. As the ending note, we have the next event, which is super rocking, super cool, a PP dance performance by MBBS students, Mr. Selvamurthy, Mr. Jayaprakash, Mr. Rahul Kannan, Ms. Monisha, Ms. Sushma, Ms. Sharon, Mr. Nishant. Turn up your volume Keep your eyes wide open and let this performance take away your soul.
When the dark of the night comes around, that's the time that the animal comes alive, looking for something wild. And now we're looking like pimps on the gold Trans Am. Got a water bottle full of whiskey in my hand, bang, my drunk text on. Now we're ready in the morning, but tonight I don't give a There's a place downtown where the freaks all come around. It's a hole in the wall, it's a dirty free for all. Turn me on, take it off, take it off, everybody take it off. There's a place I know if you're looking for a show where they go hardcore and there's glitter on the floor. Take it off, take it off, everybody take it off. There's a place downtown where the freaks all come around. It's a hole in the wall, it's a dirty free for all. Turn me on, take it off, take it off, everybody take it off. If you're looking for a show where they go hardcore and there's glitter on the floor, take me off, take it off, take it off, everybody take it off.
Thank you guys. It was a real, energetic and rocking performance. This video was created by our students to emphasize the importance of wearing masks and all the safety precautions to stop the spread of this most contagious virus. Creativity is contagious and let us pass it on. Ability is what we are capable of doing. Motivation is what we do. And determination determines how well we do it. Altogether, it was an amazing portrayal of talents. I thank all the participants for their enthusiastic participation. Hope all of you would have enjoyed the glimpse of the session entitled Negativity to Creativity. Thank you all once again. Now, it's time for us to continue enjoying the academic fest. For this, I hand over to Dr. Sangeeta. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jyoti. That was really amazing. Hope you all enjoyed it. The COVID-19 pandemic has wounded the society and limited the possibility to stay together for all of us. The essence of many forms of art and cultural gatherings has been cancelled, and we have a very special guest today, Sri Ramasamy, Director of Sri Bharati Vidya Bhavan and also Additional Charge of Bhavan Rajaji Vidyashram, a reputed CBSE school situated at K Park in Chennai. He is known for his leadership qualities and charismatic public relations, associated himself with Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan since 2000, and he helps in planning and execution of all cultural programs, language education, and imparting free computer education to the economically weaker sections of the society and to senior citizens. He has received many prestigious awards from various organizations. Would like to list a few like Bharat Kalachar, Varadanjali, MTS Academy Shardi Award, Sangeeta Sevaratna Award, Millennium Award for his promotion of art and culture, Karthik Rajagopal Memorial Award, Mylapore Academic Award, and Kala Sevaratnam Award by Saraswati Gana Nilayam. He has also received the prestigious award from Tamilnadu government for promoting art and culture. He has received Lifetime Achievement Award for promoting art and culture, and many more. With this introduction, let me now invite Sri K.N. Ramasamy to share his views on effect of COVID 19 on cultural and art and learning. Mr. Shibil?
Namaste. The word corona was introduced to us for the first time in the month of March this year. The first impression of the virus and its impact in our life was close to a nuclear war being declared. Survival became the major factor. We were in search for do's and don'ts. The social fabric was torn into pieces. Individuals became more important than family and society. Media news were scathing, and the government had more sympathy than solutions. Every person you interact with became a suspicious character of the virus, forgetting the past relationship. Medical advisors were in plenty and contradictory. The entire education in the country had a pitfall and is yet to recover. Astrologers who predicted a wonderful and prosperous year ahead were silenced. As the lockdown continued and the epidemic spread into a pandemic, in spite of all safety measures followed, the COVID became a part of our life. A new norm in the day today, life was found. Life was spent indoors. The economy shattered. Many were left without jobs, and the survival of the fittest emerged. Having faced the unpredictable, we compromised that this generation has to live with it. It is now time to find out ways to live with it and at the same time bring back a new normal. We must compromise and conclude that this challenge shall pass and we shall emerge with more experience. Cultural events like music, dance and discourses got cancelled. Temple gates were closed to public. Social visits were none. Public entertainment became a non-event. Even meeting a postman became a sight. Working from house became a new norm, spoiling the home atmosphere. Almost an year which children enjoyed their lovely days in the school and in a home was totally denied. So school children met their gurus through cloud. Negativity everywhere and in everything. Elderly people spent sleepless nights. Dear and near ones who departed could not get a decent funeral service. Challenges all around, especially when we were looking for material prosperity in the near future. The pandemic has made us to emerge stronger with a determination to defeat it, a welcome attitude. A great realization has come to amongst the general public, and it is from here that we have to develop a refined society with great insights. People have to be more traditional in their outlook, keeping in mind the society and the country that they live in. One of the most notable achievements from the pandemic has been fellow feelings and the collective spirit of national identity. Caste, creed, religion has no place, and the prayers were for all the well-being of the entire race of humanity. The spirit should be retained and preserved to achieve greater goals and find peace and tranquility. This pandemic has created an opportunity for us to think about India's past and its achievements and glories. A purification of mind, knowingly and unknowingly, has come through this. This should be taken forward through good thoughts and good deeds. A refined society will emerge. Every difficult event that occurs should be viewed as an experience to remember and as a lesson not to commit misdeeds in the future. Our mind and activity should be focused on achieving universal peace and brotherhood. Cultural bondage should happen. We should find time to indulge and think of the Almighty. Find time to indulge and think of the Almighty, who has constantly reminded us of the diversion that has happened in the recent times. Now people will find time to read, pray and socialize. The days ahead are for a new norm, and this should be taken advantage and continue to build a robust society with a pure heart. If we look at the pandemic, it is a broader perspective. In a broader perspective, the days ahead are for a new norm, and this should be taken advantage and continue to build a robust society with a pure heart. If we look at the pandemic in a broader perspective, the few months of scare has come as a blessing in disguise for the humanity. Be prepared to make the days ahead more meaningful and enjoyable. Thank you. Gurubhyo Namaha.
Thank you, sir. As we are coming to the end of these sessions, we have been listening to deliberations of eminent speakers on education, building resilience, stress management, and much more thoughts on impacts of COVID-19 since morning. All these valuable insights give us a new perspective that one should adapt for facing the challenges and for a new normal. The future impact of COVID-19 on our life is going to be more significant than what we think. Most of us are fortunate to work from home. I take this platform to acknowledge the work of all the real heroes of the time, health workers, the police, and the other administrative staff and workers. Special applause to all mighty housewomen of the world who worked, still working both the shifts, and to all those who are still working tirelessly, risking their lives to keep people safe and provide them with essentials. The new normal can be challenging at times, so celebrate anything that puts a smile on your face, large or small. Made a nice cup of tea this morning? Oh, great. Saw a funny meme on social media? Go ahead and enjoy it. Whether it is reading that book that lay unattended, whether it is a long overdue call with your friend, get connected now. For most of us, we do not make ourselves our priority. We don't always need major events to happen to make us feel happy. Smaller moments of joy will definitely add up. Give yourself the space and time to breathe, to celebrate, and to feel every emotion in between during this challenging time. The lockdown has been a welcome bridge to address this gap. Each day of this lockdown, I choose myself. The question is now left to you. Do you? With this note, I would like to conclude today's session. Sit, relax, and think till tomorrow's session. See you all tomorrow on very interesting discussion. Thank you. Stay connected.
Yeah. Bye-bye, friends. We will again see you tomorrow. Okay, don't forget to tune in by 9 o'clock, and we will be having a lot of interesting programs and activities lined up for you. And most significant of it all is a panel discussion featuring your own classmates and friends. So stay tuned. Please come join us tomorrow by 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Bye-bye. Adios, amigos. We can end the session.